Evening, everybody, and welcome to night two of the WrestleMania watch along. So far, don't got anybody over here. Guns and Barbecues over in the other. He was anyway. He's not no more. So yeah, hopefully he comes back. But, let's see. Who do we got out there in YouTube? YouTube so far we got MKJO. How are they going to top last night? It's a good question, and I don't know if they can. I don't know if they're going to be able to top that last match anyway. And they damn sure aren't going to be able to top the ROH Tag Team title match from Friday night. I finally got to watch that today. And FTR and the Briscoe brothers put on a clinic of tag team wrestling on Friday. And that is now my match of the weekend. I mean, take away the nostalgia from last night with Stone Cold versus Kevin Owens, and it's still a good match. The FTR and Briscoe brothers match from Friday night, you don't need the nostalgia factor to give it that little extra boost. That match was just, like I said, that was a clinic in tag team wrestling. Now, MKJO beat you there against a barbecue. So, but yeah, if you haven't watched the ROH show from Friday, you need to do so. You really, really do. That was that the ROH show on Friday was better than night one of WrestleMania. If it makes you feel better, barbecue, you were the first person with a panelist invite to pop in to watch the show, even though you dropped out. So you were first there. I'll give you that. You were first there. So yeah. I don't want to give any spoilers, but man, that was a good match. It was a legit, that tag team match between those two teams was a legitimate tag team match. No, not tag team match of the year. God, my, my brain's already not working fully, and we still got 6 hours of this crap to go. Oh yeah, FTR, the Briscoes, Gorillas of Destiny, and the Young Bucks. I would put up there as the top four in the last 2 decades. I mean, those four tag teams have main evented and held more championships in the last 2 decades, probably than any other tag teams, outside of maybe the Hardys. Yeah, I mean, there was absolutely no build to that. It was just Kevin Owens repeatedly challenging Steve Austin to show up at WrestleMania, and that match was just came about, and was based on just those two guys putting in solid work. And the end of that match, when KO gave himself that chair shot, was just hilarious. If you got to look at the Young Bucks lineage. I mean, the Young Bucks go right back to the Rock and Roll Express, then the Midnight Rockers, and the other smaller tag teams against. They're just a natural progression of where that was going. Uh, Barbecue, so you know, not everybody's going to like the same thing. I mean, we can all agree on that. So, yeah, but well, you get that in a lot of matches anymore, barbecue, not just with the Young Bucks. It's things have changed. Some people don't think it's for the better. Some people do think it's for the better. But yeah, I mean, the super kick is overused anymore. I will grant you that for sure. People are definitely using the super kick way, way too much. So, yeah, It's not like the old days with gentleman Chris Adams and Shawn Michaels, where that was their finisher. The only person I could think of that uses a super kick as a finishing maneuver anymore is El Phantasmo in New Japan in the junior heavyweight division.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It just bugs me. Like, a month ago or so, CM Punk took, 8, 9 power bombs, one of them through a table, and then somehow still beat Wardlow. Like, he should have been taken out on a stretcher.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was one of the things we talked about last night with the Becky Lynch and Bianca Belair match. Belair is knocked out basically on the outside of the ring. All of a sudden, she jumps up, runs back in the ring, and turns into freaking Undertaker.
Yeah, I heard about that in a couple of review shows. I didn't get to see it though.
Yeah, it was like, what the hell? That was totally out of character and just like ruined that whole match. That was like the low point of that match right there. I mean, literally, if Buck, Jason, or Kingpin were in here, they could tell you it looked like she was done. I mean, it looked like she was going to be counted out. She jumps up at like 8 or 9, runs back into the ring, and just doesn't sell that injury the whole rest of the match.
Yeah.
It just starts destroying Becky Lynch at that point. It's like, what in the hell kind of nonsense is this? New Japan, they have where guys don't sell, but then they'll eventually collapse and fall down. You know what I mean? Yep. She just kept going like she was never hurt in the first place. She literally pulled an Undertaker.
Yeah, I mean, like, not to segue off that, but going back to that Wardlow match, like I was watching that and I was like, all right, this is a good story they're telling. Like, CM Punk just won't give up. I can get with this. I was like, I don't know if they want to keep him undefeated, how they're gonna pull this off, unless they're just gonna go for the ref ended it, and then Punk just gets to say, hey, you never pinned my shoulders of the mat 1, 2, 3, something like that. But then they pull off that friggin' small package thing. I was like, what the? And yeah, like I heard about the stuff with Bianca last night, where, like you said, it was like an 8 or 9 count, and then she just pops up and in. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I mean, she was just laying there in a heap. All of a sudden she just jumps up out of nowhere. The only thing she didn't do was turn over on her back and sit up. You know what I mean?
I heard say, because I've got to go back and watch night 1 if I can ever get access to Peacock, mainly because I don't subscribe to Peacock. So, but because I want to see the Owens Austin match, which I heard was pretty decent.
Oh yeah, that was good. That for all of us last night. I think Jason was the one that gave it the lowest score, and he gave it an 8. Kingpin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Kingpin, MKJO, and I all gave it a 10.
Nice.
So yeah, it was good for what it. I mean, for what it was with no build up and everything. That was a good match. I mean, that's the problem with WrestleMania this year, though, isn't it? None of these matches really have had any build. If you've, it's like there's no investment in any of them going into the match. The fact that we gave any of these matches good scores is based solely on the performance of the people in the matches, because there is no real major story going on.
Yeah, like I heard Cody Rhodes just comes out and he's the mystery opponent for Seth Rollins. I'm like, which, I mean, everybody figured was going to happen.
Yeah, there was one of 2 people that it could be, because earlier this week, you also had, or last week, I should say, because now it's a new week, it was rumored that Shane McMahon had rejoined the company. And so then that threw another wrench in the works. What if it's not Cody? What if it's Shane? Because that very well could have been it too. Nobody knew. So it was a 50-50 at that point, whether it was going to be Shane or Cody.
That means they would have fought out of the ring. Shane would have climbed the Megatron, jumped off, missed, turned purple or something, and
yeah. But you realize this is the first time that if Shane McMahon is back with the company and that he was working for WWE since 2000, I think, where if he was working with the company, he did not have a match at WrestleMania.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, the only other period where he hadn't had a WrestleMania match in the 2000s is when he had quit and went to work for that Chinese company for like, what was it, 6 years or so?
Something like that.
Yeah. So, Rob's wrestling. You doing a double header tonight, Rich? It's not my fault, Rob. You got to blame WWE for this. They're the ones that decided WrestleMania had to be 2 nights. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you gonna say?
No, you're good. The McAfee Theory match, was that last night or was that tonight?
What one?
Pat McAfee and Austin Theory.
That's tonight.
Tonight. Let's say I saw a little clip from the Pat McAfee show today where he's talking about, which I think it was probably from Friday's show, but he's like 3 a.m. my phone goes off. I get this text message, and he's like, "This is the video I get. It's friggin' Vince McMahon squatting 1,000 pounds, cutting a promo on him." It's like, that's freaking hilarious. But then you think about it, the guy's 76 years old. He's still squatting 1,000 pounds. It's freaking incredible.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Vince McMahon is freak of nature.
Absolutely.
And the best part is, up until fairly recent, it was rumored that it wasn't going to be Austin Theory in the match tonight, that it was going to be Vince McMahon in that match.
But then again, I mean, with that video, I mean, because guaranteed, if Pat was putting that out on the air, that was 100% set up by Vince. Hey, you're going to put this out there, stuff like that. So what are the odds you think that Vince gets involved tonight?
Oh, probably pretty good, since he's supposed to be, he's supposed to be doing the mentor thing for Theory. So I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if he somehow got involved.
And real quick, thinking that Austin Theory can win the match. McAfee eats the pin, but it's not clean. They can continue on if they want to, go down that road at all.
Yeah. What do you think the odds are that McAfee will be calling his own match? Wearing a headset in the ring.
Oh, I thought you meant like being ring general on that one. I was like, man, I don't know.
Remember, he's part of the SmackDown announce team.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, that'd be hilarious if you had like one of those little ones that goes in your ear and has the little thing that goes right beside your face.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I think that would be funny if they had him calling his own match. But Rob, no, this week unloaded this week, Rob. Man, I announced this last week on multiple shows. Man, don't you pay attention? You were even in the panel for one of those.
This is what happens when you start liking Glock. You start forgetting stuff. Go back to Smith Wesson.
Yeah. But, but seriously, man, if you haven't seen that ROH show, find a way to watch it. That was a very good show. Jay Lethal turns heel.
Nice.
Samoa Joe returns to Ring of Honor.
Awesome. But that got a huge pop.
Oh, yeah. Minoru Suzuki is the new Ring of Honor World Television Champion, the first time he's ever held a championship in the United States.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, Wheeler Yuta is the new ROH Pure Heavyweight Champion.
Well, first time he's held a title in the United States, as in for United States
United States-based federation.
Yeah.
Minoru Suzuki has never held a championship for a U.S.-based promotion.
I thought when New Japan came over, he was holding something, but I couldn't remember.
He had the British Heavyweight Championship. He's held the New Japan Intercontinental title, never open. IWGP. He's held a couple different championships in New Japan, but he has never held a U.S.-based promotions championship before at any level. So it was the one. It was the one thing that was missing off of his resume. But now that he can check off that box as well, because he's won championships in MMA, pro wrestling, amateur wrestling. The guy's done it all. And he's the old guy in the neighborhood that nobody wants to fuck with.
Yeah.
He's 50 years old and he'll still kick your goddamn ass. He don't care.
So what time does WrestleMania kick off tonight?
The pre-show's already going on, but they're probably not going to have any matches because they didn't last night. They went 2 hours last night with no matches in the pre-show.
Wow.
Ring of Honor on Friday night did an hour pre-show and had 3 or 4 matches in their pre-show.
Yeah.
AEW, their last pay-per-view, which I think was 2 weeks ago, did a hour pre-show and had 3 matches in their pre-show. The last WWE pay-per-view, they didn't have any matches in the pre-show. It's all them running their mouths.
Which is typical.
Well, you used to get WrestleMania, you would have 2 hours of pre-show. That was when WrestleMania was on one day, and you would have a match each hour. The regular pay-per-views, you would have an hour pre-show, and you would have at least one match in that pre-show. Did you know?
Go ahead.
Good. I was going to say, did you know that the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal was not during WrestleMania this year?
When the hell was it?
It was on
Saudi
SmackDown.
Arabia, wasn't it?
No, it was on
Oh,
SmackDown.
really?
Yeah, it was on SmackDown on Friday.
I was waiting for you to say Saudi Arabia, so okay. But yeah, I did not realize that. But I mean, I guess the one reason I'm not too upset is, because the guys were getting dicked out of pay-per-view pays by doing the pre-show for WrestleMania or something. Then they go and make
paid the same amount either way because they
Well,
don't get paid anymore for doing WrestleMania than
but
they
what
do
would
anything
happen
else.
is-
They got fixed contracts. They just get paid a regular wage like any other working stiff does anymore.
But they're supposed to, when they would put it out on DVD, they were supposed to get,
Anymore they've been putting the pre-shows on those too.
Oh, I have. I say, because that was the issue before, was they weren't putting the pre-shows on, and people were getting dicked out of money that way, and they're pissed off. So I wasn't sure if that was the reason why they were just like, fuck it, we're not even going to do pre-show matches.
Yeah, but excuse me, drinking Arsene is talking back to me.
No, RC will do that.
Uh-huh. Oh, speaking of that, have you tried that Pepsi Nitro?
Nope. I don't like Pepsi.
Dude, the vanilla one is awesome. Well, they're both
I don't like
awesome.
Coke either, so.
Yeah, well, instead of being made with, I think we talked about this before. Instead of being made with carbonated water, it's nitrogenated water that gives it the fizz, and they're really, really smooth to drink, and they don't, it doesn't build the gas up in your digestive system like what carbonated beverages do.
Yeah.
I don't know, MKJO. I mean, he's asking, what was the Rousey hubbub? Heard she walked out when she learned she wasn't the headliner. I don't know. I mean, she did her match last night, so I don't know. Couldn't tell you on that one.
Who was last night's headliner?
Oh, it was Stone Cold and
as it should have been.
Yeah, that was the main event last night. Well, there was speculation that it would be Rousey versus Charlotte, but that didn't happen.
Well, I was hearing it was going to be Becky versus Bianca for the headliner last night.
That was until Rousey had returned to the company, because nobody was sure at the time when early on nobody was sure if Rousey was coming back or not and when she finally signed on and said she was coming back for the match, the rumor was that was going to be the main event, because you got the two biggest women in professional wrestling. At that point, you got Ronda Rousey and Charlotte Flair.
Yep.
What's interesting is both women's matches were last night for the women's titles.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, but then, Does that mean that Brock and Reigns are going a
Oh,
while tonight then?
they're definitely going to be the main event. I mean,
Oh, for
it's
sure, the main event.
unification. They're unifying the world title.
Well, that's why I was
Essentially.
saying, do you think that they're going to make those two, you know, half hour, 45-minute match?
Oh, I don't know if they'll go that long. They may,
Let's say
but
a half hour, I could see a 45-minute pushing, an Iron Man match. That man, I don't.
you know, it's not that Lesnar's not capable. I mean, if you go back to, God, what was it, 2015 when the match between Lesnar and Roman that was going on 30 some minutes before
Yeah.
Rollins came out with the Money in the Bank briefcase.
Yep. And that's the thing. I mean, it's not like Brock is out of shape. I mean, the guy is just ridiculous.
Oh yeah, he
So
looks like a freaking Viking lumberjack farmer cowboy
oh
kind
yeah,
of.
the
But
friggin' reinvention of Brock Lesnar this last go around, phenomenal.
oh yeah, I mean, and you know what the difference is now between Lesnar and some other times? Lesnar is having fun.
Yeah, so I was gonna say he's having fun. He doesn't need the mouthpiece. Like, I mean, because he was never good on the stick, but when he was on the stick before, he had to have this big monster persona. And one, with Lesnar's voice, you cannot carry that monster persona. Two, he just wasn't good on the stick doing that, but
Yeah,
just being more free himself. Like so many wrestlers that when you see them on the stick, if they get to be themselves and just turn it up a little bit, they're electric. That's happened with Lesnar. I mean, and it's so freaking awesome to see.
yeah. The problem with Lesnar is, and he's talked about this on Stone Cold's podcast. He's extremely shy. He likes to be
Yeah.
left to himself.
Well, yeah.
For
I mean,
him to
that's
be
why he
coming out of his
bought a.
shell like this right now isn't something that he's done before, and it's the first time he's ever played a pure babyface.
Well, honestly, I don't think it was even hard for him to do so. Uh, it just kind of fell in place. One with the stuff that they started doing with Roman, turning Roman heel, um, and bringing back Brock. I mean, naturally, when he came back to face heel Roman, he was automatically babyface. Didn't even have to worry about trying to turn him or anything.
Yeah,
Because I would say he was one of those tweeners before, anyways. People loved him, people hated him, but they finally turned Roman heel like they should have done years ago, which has been amazing in itself. And yeah, so I think it was just really easy for everybody to be like, oh yeah, here is our hero and savior. I still don't know how the hell this match is going to go tonight. Like, if somebody said, put $10 on it, who are you betting on? I don't know who the hell to pick.
yeah. I mean, I don't know who's going to win this, and I don't know if it's going to even end in a clean finish. If there's going to be a clean winner or a clear winner, it's going to end up in DQ.
So I was thinking DQ.
DQ count
What
out.
are the odds that we see Heyman turn on Reigns?
What are the odds that we see the Usos turn on Reigns?
That too. The thing is, though, Heyman turning on Reigns doesn't make any sense. One, Reigns and Heyman are electric together because Heyman's just friggin' brilliant. But
What?
Brock doesn't need Heyman at this point with what they got him doing.
What if by the end of the night, Heyman does turn on Reigns, and we have a double switch? A double. Reigns turns babyface, Lesnar turns heel. It's happened before,
It
and it's
has,
worked.
but I mean, you're talking about a couple of the greatest of all time to pull those maneuvers off. You're talking about Bret Hart and Stone Cold.
Mm-hmm.
Who else done it? I want to say Bret Hart was in another one of them. I'm just trying to remember who the heck else.
Well, Hart's done it a couple of times. He did it when he
Yeah.
joined the NWO and WCW.
So, I mean, it could. But I don't know how the heck they pulled that off because I feel like Lesnar is white hot right now. Friggin' Roman, I mean, people love to hate him, and turning him heel was the best option that they had. So,
Yeah, but he gets cheered as a heel as well.
well, yeah, and that's because of all the
Look at
smarts.
Yeah, look at some of the guys who have become bigger baby faces than what they were before they turned heel because somebody turned on them and they did this. They did the double switch where one guy turned heel and the other guy turned baby face.
All right, so let's go down this road because this is interesting. If if they were going to do a double turn, how the hell do they do it? Uh,
Well, it would have to involve Heyman
Heyman,
or the
yep.
Usos. It would definitely have to involve them. Could you imagine the heat that would happen if you had the Usos turn on Roman, join Brock with Heyman?
And now Brock becomes head of the table.
Uh-huh.
Oh, like that'd be cool, but I don't see them doing it just because then they bought, cultural appropriation bullshit like that.
Well, not
And
necessarily the head of the table as in they're saying he's the new Samoan king or anything, but he just takes over the faction and Roman's on the outside.
I
And
don't
that
think
was Heyman's plan the whole time.
I don't
Kind
think
of
that would be good though. Like if they did it where,
if
hey,
they did it
uh,
right.
Brock's the new Samoan king, I think that would be just absolute fire at that point. But if they were just like, like think back to when they tried to do that with Bray Wyatt and what was it, Randy who took over the Wyatts or tried to?
Well,
It
Randy
just
was trying to destroy him from the inside. That's a different
yeah.
situation.
Let's say, well, I mean, because they at one point they had Daniel Bryan. There's another point they had John Cena. So, but
Well, they never really did. Randy was the only one that actually really joined
yeah,
them.
and
The other two was will they or won't they, and they never did.
yeah, I don't know. If they were just like, well, we're just gonna take these three guys and put them with Brock now. I don't know because again, Brock doesn't need any of them. He's doing killer work by himself. Uh, I think I feel like it would probably hurt Roman.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
keep in mind this is all just a hypothetical.
oh yeah, obviously. Um, unless it happens tonight, then everybody listening just realize that Rich and I work for the writing team at WWE.
Well, people already think that because I called the Royal Rumble. Seriously, the whole main event thing. I called it. I called Roman losing Lesnar losing the title to Lashley. I called him and then I called him joining the Rumble and winning it. I mean, I called the whole thing, the whole scenario, man, from start to finish. It was like, so
Yep.
people already think I work for WWE's writing team.
So, uh, here's another problem though. I'm sitting here going, well, this wouldn't make sense, that wouldn't make sense. But where the hell in wrestling today does it say it needs to make sense? They just do shit to
Exactly.
do shit.
Yeah, it's like that's
So,
why it's called a swerve. It's not supposed to make sense. It's just boom,
but
something
even
in
the
it.
swerves need to make sense because otherwise, that's how you
Well,
get shitty
well, the
products.
only swerve that makes sense is Swerve Strickland. You see what I did there?
Yep. But yeah, let's say that's how you end up with shitty product is you don't make the swerve make sense. Like you could speculate on it, but you're just like that would never happen. You could see why it would happen, but it never happened. But then when it happens, you're like, oh shit.
I mean, how many times do we see Sting get swerved by Ric Flair?
Yeah.
You think Sting would have marked at some point?
At some point, been like, I'm not going to trust you anymore, Rick.
Yeah, speaking of Sting, I can't believe the shit that he's doing at 60 plus years old.
Oh, it's incredible. Well, I mean, what about friggin' Dustin Rhodes? Same deal. I mean, granted,
Oh,
he's not 50.
he's only in
He's
his
what, 55,
he's only in
58?
his early 50s. Sting's got 10 years plus on him.
I thought Dustin was 55. So, but
He's in his early
either way,
50s.
I
He's
mean,
not
yeah, I mean,
he's like a year or two older than Jericho, I think. So
yeah.
yeah, I mean Jericho just turned 50 and look at what he's doing. So and, and going back to Suzuki, the guy just won a major championship in an American promotion, you know.
Oh, no, 52. There you go. So, well, yeah, that is one cool thing is getting to see some of these guys wrestle into the ages that they are now, and actually still be able to work well. I mean, like, who can you think of before? Terry Funk? That's about
Terry
it.
Funk is just an insane lunatic.
Yeah, exactly.
Terry Funk went from doing technical matches to beating his brains out with every damn night with weapons. I mean, the guy just went absolutely batshit insane at some point.
Yeah.
Like Terry Funk, people our generation probably remember Terry Funk as Chainsaw Charlie and getting out there in ECW and getting hit with barbed wire bats and kendo sticks and shit. But you go back, man, that guy was one of the best technical wrestlers ever. Him and his
Oh,
brother.
yeah.
I mean, it's crazy, but he did a complete 180 on from his career perspective because he couldn't go out there and do the super technical stuff anymore because he just didn't have the physical ability to do it to becoming a hardcore wrestling legend.
Yep. Yeah. But and that goes back to if you understand psychology, you can constantly reinvent shit and keep your career going. I mean, granted, there comes a point where you gotta watch out for your own health. Like I think it was Mick Foley was doing an interview the one time, and he's like, when you lose the ability to tuck your chin, your career's done.
Yeah. I always liked Ric Flair's comment on Mick Foley. He was a terrible professional wrestler, but he was one hell of a stuntman.
Oh man, that started some shit between them.
But if you think about it, Flair's right.
Yeah.
Look what Mick Foley made his name doing.
Again, friggin'
human crash test dummy.
Yeah. I mean, hell, didn't he do a couple death matches in Japan?
That's how he lost his ear.
Yeah.
He was doing a barbed wire death match or something like that, and his ear got caught on one of the ring ropes, and the guy pulled him, and it tore his ear off.
Yeah, he friggin' went to do the hangman spot.
Yeah.
And whatever, like you said, I didn't think the guy pulled on him. I thought like he went to do the hangman spot, and he actually slid out of the ropes.
Yeah, it was
and it just took his ear off.
Something along those lines. Yeah. That's why I said pulled on him or something, because I couldn't remember exactly what the exact scenario was. But yeah, but it's something along those lines, yeah.
But even still, the hangman spot, like that's something you do not see anymore.
No. Well, there was one in a recent dog collar match between MJF and CM Punk.
Oh, really? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, they did the hangman spot using the dog collar chain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, but that's really not seen too much anymore. I think the last time I saw one was in New Japan, Jericho versus Kenny Omega. Jericho wrapped the camera cable around Omega and threw him over the top rope with the camera cable.
Yep.
But as far as age is concerned, over
and
in
before
Japan,
that,
over in Japan, it's been the age thing's been like that for years. You consistently have guys wrestling into their 50s because the guys, as they get older, not only are wrestling, but you'll see them mostly where the older guys are starting to wrestle like the young lions. because what they're doing is they're mentoring them while wrestling them on live shows to get those guys experience.
Yep.
So you quite frequently you'll see guys in their 50s and 60s over in Japan still wrestling. Hell, there's one guy over in Japan, he's 80 years old and still wrestles every so often. But what were you going to say?
I was going to say that how was I going to say? We're talking about the Hangman spot. I'd say, and before the one with Jericho and Omega, it wasn't even a Hangman spot, but you think about when they did the Nexus invasion and Daniel Bryan decided to choke out what's-his-face with his tie, and they're like, nope, can't have that, you're fired.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, that got Daniel Bryan fired briefly, but he literally was terminated.
Yeah.
For that, so.
Yeah, so I don't think we'll ever get to see a Hangman spot in the WWE again.
I don't know.
It would have to be pretty high-profile match to have them even considered, I think. If they're like, yeah, you can't choke a guy with a tie. Who the hell was that?
It was the guy that's the ring announcer for AEW now. Justin Roberts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be them running their mouths all night again for 2 hours. So, yeah. Well, I took a shot, decided I would start this when the pre-show started, just in case, maybe they only didn't have them last night because it was the first night, and maybe they ran out of time and were maybe going to have a match or two left over on the pre-show tonight, but no, apparently not.
Nope. Keep dreaming.
They could have at least thrown the Battle Royal in the pre-show. That was granted, it's only like the fifth or sixth one they've done, but that was supposed to be a WrestleMania thing. And of course, it was supposed to lead to something, and it never actually did. Nobody ever won the thing, got a push or anything. So, you know who the first guy that won the Andre the Giant Battle Royal was, don't you?
I want to say Big Show, but I feel like it wasn't.
No, it wasn't Big Show.
When was the first one again?
That was a few years ago.
Say if it was just a few years ago, I want to say Baron Corbin.
Nope.
No, let's say that. Did he win the second one? Because I know he won one.
Yeah,
early.
He won one of them. He won the King of the Ring too.
Damn, why the hell can't I remember? And say, go ahead, tell me, because I can't remember.
I'll give you a hint. He's not from the United States.
Barrett?
Barrett is from the United States. Baron Corbin. No, wait, Barrett. No, not Barrett. He was retired at that point. That was when he was injured. Yeah. Wade Barrett. No, it wasn't Wade Barrett. Or he might have been Intercontinental Champion at the time. One or two. I forget. No, it wasn't Wade Barrett. He's from mainland Europe. That'll eliminate all the British guys. If that doesn't help you, he's from a mountainous area that's famous for chocolate and banks. Now I got you thinking, don't I?
I'm like, because I'm thinking Swiss Bank. So which, by the way, what the hell's going on with Cesaro? Because I know he's playing free agent right now.
I have no idea what's going on with him, but yeah, he is the one that won the first one.
Yeah, I didn't realize he won the first one. I didn't realize he won any of them.
Yep, he won the very first one, and I think Barrett. Not Barrett. Corbin may have won the second one.
Yeah.
I don't know if Big Show won any of them. Did he?
I thought I really thought he won the first one, because they did, were doing that emotion. But I mean, if it
Well, no,
was,
because if you remember, they did the storyline where he was pissed because he hadn't won one of them yet, right before his contract with them expired.
oh, okay. So, I'd really like them to just, I don't know, like part of me is like, I'd love to see them bring Cesaro back and actually give him a run at the title. Because he does such great work, but I mean, especially if they're unifying the titles, that means you'd have to jump over Brock, Reigns, Lashley. Uh, Looks like they're setting up Omos to be up in that picture.
Mm-hmm.
Friggin' at any time, what's his face? I really like him too, and I can't think of his name.
Yeah, I just looked it up. The first one was in 2014.
Wow, I didn't think it was that long ago.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Dipshit with the Claymore kick.
Oh, Drew Galloway, aka
Yes.
Drew McIntyre.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, I really like Drew McIntyre, and I don't know why the hell I couldn't think of that. Like I hate that his entire title run was when there was no fans during the pandemic.
Okay, Big Show did win the second one. Give you an idea how long ago that was. You want to take a guess who he last eliminated to win?
Kane.
No. You'll probably never guess who the last person he eliminated was.
Oh, let's say that just seemed like a kind of obvious one, so I have no idea.
Damien Mizdow.
Oh, wow. There's another guy that was friggin' over like nobody's business, and they just
Yeah, his crime was getting over on his own without McMahon's approval.
Oh, the same thing that happened with Zack Ryder.
And look where both of those guys are now. They're both in NWA, and Ryder, and going by his real name, is also in Impact. He's a champion in both NWA and Impact. He's the NWA World Champion currently, and is the media world I forget what they call it, so, like online media or some social media champion in Impact. Basically, they brought back the internet championship that he came up with in WWE, but they have it as a sanctioned title.
Yep.
And it's competed for by both men and women. In 2016 is when Corbin won. And the last person he eliminated was Kane. Then 2017, Mojo Rawley won with assistance from Rob Gronkowski.
Yep. Which that was a giant waste.
2018, it was won by Matt Hardy, who eliminated Corbin to win. 2019, it was who was it that won? Strowman won by eliminating the jackasses that were in the match from Saturday Night Live.
I hate to admit it, but I did kind of enjoy that whole series where they were just like egging on Braun, and then he's destroying their cars and all kinds of shit like that. That was entertaining.
Yeah. 2020, there was no Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal because of COVID. 2021, it was won by Shinsuke Nakamura. No, lost by Shinsuke. Jey Uso won it over Shinsuke as the last two on SmackDown. So this is the second time that they've had it on SmackDown. And I forget who won it this year. Oh, Madcap Moss, apparently. Yep. Oh, and By the way, for any of you who were out there watching last night, there has been an injury update on Rick Boogs from last night. Apparently, his injury to his knee is worse than what was first
Oh,
suspected.
yeah, this is real bad.
Yeah, it wasn't just his patella tendon that needs surgery. He's going to be out anywhere between 9 to 12 months.
Unless he can find whatever secret drug Bobby Lashley and John Cena take to.
Yeah, no, because neither one of those guys completely blew their knee out.
No, I know.
Yeah, apparently, he not only did he tear that tendon as what was originally suspected, he had gotten MRI, and it's a lot worse than what they originally thought.
MCL and ACL or something like that. There's a lot going on there.
He's going to be done for a while.
But I've got to jump out of here for a bit, Rick. So I will try and get back as soon as possible.
Yeah, you got an hour and 15 minutes before the show starts. So.
Yeah, I'll try and get back. So hope somebody else joins in here to keep the conversation going, but enjoyed it while I could.
Yep. Thanks for jumping in. You made the first 45 minutes go quick.
You're welcome. Let's say, and like I said, I'll try and get back as soon as possible. So thanks.
Yep. Well, I gotta wait for some of the other peoples who got links to jump in. I don't know when that's gonna happen. I mean, Kingpin is probably on his way to work from work or still working. Same with Jason. I think he said earlier he would be here at 8:30. But read that right. So. Rob, you really shouldn't be calling anybody cheap when you won't buy your lady a good knife set. So I mean, just be honest. You think just buying $14 flowers that are going to die within 2 days is good enough, man? No, you gotta get them something that's going to last, man. Don't worry, defense that. Sometimes I think I do too, but then I realize, oh no, I don't. I know a lot more than I thought I did. But yeah, then we get occasions like tonight where don't realize that Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal has been a thing for 8 years now. Yeah, I'm thinking like maybe 5 years. Razor JB asks, how many weeks does it take Cody to go from hero to zero? 1. Because basically, you know what, I would say 0 weeks because I didn't really care about him being on the show last night, to be perfectly honest with you. Yeah, I mean, especially with as hyped as that was. I mean, everybody and their mother was talking about how Cody was going back to WWE, or then Cody wasn't going back, then he was going back, and then he wasn't, then he was. And frankly, I got tired of it. It was like, okay, yeah, whatever. If he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Yeah, as soon as people realize, you know what, this is the same idiot that we were yelling at that needed to become heel in AEW and never did. Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's the Razor. The only thing I watch is the pay-per-views, really, because I get them for free included with my cable subscription, because my cable subscription includes Peacock. It's like, screw it. Might as well. If they're going to give it to me for free, I'll watch it. The pay-per-views. get my value out of the Peacock service, I guess, as being part of my cable subscription. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be watching them either. Because I really don't watch Raw or SmackDown. I stopped watching NXT when they did the stupid 2.0 shit. No, it wasn't. I mean, Cody had some good matches in AEW. I mean, Cody's match with his brother, the dog collar match with Brody Lee. I mean, that was a heck of a good match. So I mean, he's had better matches. I think I even said I've seen both guys, him and Seth Rollins, both have better matches than what that was. So I think I gave that match like a 5 or a 6, I think, out of 10. No, the match last night that was surprising that I touched on earlier, you weren't in here at the time, was Stone Cold versus Kevin Owens. That was surprisingly good. So, with Stone Cold's age and him not actually having wrestled in almost 19, almost 20 years ago, So, yeah, that was one of the things last night that got me and Buck. We were like, "Has it really been 19 years?" So he was like, "Damn, that makes me feel old." No, yeah, man, stop and think about it. It was 19 years since Stone Cold's last match until last night. When you look back, it doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but it's crazy, right?
Baby, about 10 more minutes.
Yeah. If you want to see a good tag team match, Razor, look for the ROH show from Friday night. What the heck did they call it? I can't remember what they called the damn pay per view now. But the match between FTR and the Briscoes for the ROH World Tag Team titles, that is a solid match of the year candidate. Both of those teams went through war last night. I mean, not last night, Friday night. I finally got a chance to watch that earlier today, and that match was old school tag team wrestling right there. Good psychology in the match and whatnot. It was reminiscent of like the Midnight Express or um, yeah. Okay, so you saw it. Yeah, I was gonna say it was reminiscent of like the Midnight Express or Anderson and Blanchard going against the Road Warriors, just without as much brute strength on the part of the Briscoes. But yeah, it had that kind of feel to it. So yeah, yeah. I mean, you look at that tag team scene around that time in Jim Crockett Promotions when they were transitioning into WCW. I mean, look at the tag teams they had. You had the Midnight Express, Anderson and Blanchard, Rock and Roll Express, I mean, and a number of other teams. I mean, that was one of the best tag team scenes I think ever in all of professional wrestling. And WWE at that time, WWF was no. You didn't have a shortage of good tag teams in that. If you look at their tag team division, either you had the Iron Sheik, Nikolai Volkov, Brutus Beefcake, and Greg Valentine. Wyndham and Rotunda, and then the British Bulldogs, the Heart Foundation. Then you had the Rockers come in from AEW. I mean, not AEW, AWA. These A federations, I'll tell you. But back then in the late '80s, man, mid to late '80s, tag team wrestling was king. Oh, dude, yeah, I watch Impact every week. I watch it on replay on Friday, but I watch it every week. And Impact's had some damn good pay-per-views too. And the story they got, and the story they got going on right now in Impact between Moose and Josh Alexander, where Moose just speared the holy hell out of Alexander's wife at what was like a house show or something. I mean, that was crazy. Right in front of their kid too. Well, funny you should say that, G23, because Jake the Snake is still involved in professional wrestling. He is on again, off again, managing Lance Archer. I almost said Lance Armstrong. I do that every damn time. If you got his credentials, Kingpin, his email stuff, I mean, he wants to jump on. I mean, he's welcome. I have no problem with that. You can forward him the invites. If he wants to watch a WWE pay-per-view anyway. Yeah, that everything you just said is what was good about NXT, Razor, and then Triple H had his cardiac situation, and Vince took over running NXT, and NXT has gone to shit since then. He's basically done exactly what you just said happened with the main roster. I mean, I can't even stand to watch NXT because it's too bright of colors. It just bugs the shit out of me when I try and watching that. I mean, visibly, it's like, ugh. NXT was really good. And a lot of the guys that made NXT good were released, and a few of them ended up over in AEW. You got Christ, I can't remember anybody's damn names. And the best part is you guys I like too. And Adam Cole, Red Dragon. The three of them used to be the Undisputed Era in NXT. Keith Lee, Swerve Strickland, who was Swerve Scott in NXT. And you even got William Regal, who was running NXT, basically. He was the on-screen persona running he was the commissioner, on-screen commissioner. He's over in AEW now, essentially managing Bryan Danielson, aka Daniel Bryan, and Jon Moxley, and apparently possibly now Wheeler Yuta. What was interesting this weekend, talk about NXT, that just you got Braun Breaker, who's Rick Steiner's son. And thinking of that reminded me, I don't know if you saw this or not, Scott Steiner, of all people, is now in the WWE Hall of Fame. The Steiner brothers went into the Hall of Fame this year. And Scott was at the ceremony. Of all people who said that he would never, ever have anything to do with Vince McMahon again, Scott Steiner is in the WWE Hall of Fame. But yeah, and you're right. Regal is definitely going to help AEW. I mean, look at the guys you got over there now mentoring people in AEW. You got Arn Anderson, Jake the Snake Roberts, and now William Regal. Sometimes DDP's there. So yeah. Yeah. No, he's crazy enough, man. I wouldn't have put it past him just to go ape shit on the mic. And Scott Steiner, if there's a loose cannon in professional wrestling, that would be the guy. He definitely marches to the beat of his own drum. Wow, we're 1 hour into this already. So, yeah, again, Guns and Barbecue helped out a lot with that. Him jumping in here. Yeah, it's hard to talk to yourself for an hour sometimes. That's a definite possibility. The difference between Scott and Rick, their appearance and whatnot at the Hall of Fame was night and day. Scott doesn't look like he's aged since WCW went out of business, but Rick, man, he did not look good. He looked like he had been sick or something. And the way he was moving, he looked old. Yeah, I don't know a better way to put it. He just looked old. You know, granted, Rick is older than Scott. Scott's his younger brother, but he looked older than what he is. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, just the way he was moving and stuff. He just looked old and stiff. All right, Kingpin. Hopefully, we don't have another injury situation like we did last night with Boogs. You don't want to see that happen to the guys. It's like Big E a couple weeks ago when he broke his neck. You don't want to see that stuff happen. Unless you're some kind of sadist, maybe, I guess. And there are weird people out there. Maybe there are people out there that like watching people get hurt. But if you got any kind of sanity in your head, you don't want to see these guys getting hurt. Yeah. So, hopefully he'll have a speedy recovery and he'll be back before the end of the year. If not, if it's a full 12 months, he'll be back in time for next year's WrestleMania. I guess is that a silver lining? I don't know. I mean, it could be worse, right? He could have had his career ended. Dolph is going to be an WWE lifer, I think. I don't think he's ever going to leave. Because every time he said he was going to leave to do something else, he stayed put. A few years ago, before he signed the current contract he's under. He was going to leave and go do his stand-up comedy thing, and then Vince gave him the okay to do the stand-up thing while doing the wrestling thing, so he re-signed with them. That was about the time when AEW was starting up, and his brother signed with AEW, which his brother, by the way, sucks. I can't stand his brother. But yeah, I don't think Dolph Ziggler is going to be going anywhere. I mean, he's been with WWE his entire career, and I think he's going to end it with them too. Unless him and Vince have a really bad falling out. Yeah, he's one of their best workers, and they go up and down with him where they need him. I think is what it is, because you got to remember, look at Ziggler. Really, you realize he is a Grand Slam champion. He's held the U.S. title. He's held the world title. He's held tag team titles. He's held the Intercontinental title, and he's now the NXT champion. The guy's held numerous championships. So as much as they move him down the card and job him out, they'll boost him right back up into a main event situation if they need him there. He's what you would call a utility guy. You know, they use him wherever they need him, which is what makes him one of their best workers. Yeah, I don't think AJ is going to be going to AEW either. He just extended his contract. Didn't sign a new one, but he had the option to where if he wanted, he could extend his contract. And he's saying that this contract or his next contract are going to be his last. He's already contemplating retiring. So I don't know if AJ would ever go to AEW. But he can still go. So, I mean, it'll be interesting if when his extension he just signed is up, if he would go over to AEW or if he would go back to Impact and retire with them, since that's where he really made his name was in Impact before he went over to Japan. Yeah, it was his work in Japan that got him his WWE contract. So it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see if he went back over to Japan, for that matter. Imagine AJ Styles versus Jay White. Oh hell, they could do that in Impact or AEW for that matter. Yeah, triple threat match to determine who the actual leader, who the real leader of the Bullet Club is. You have Omega versus Styles versus Jay White for the leadership of the Bullet Club. That would be interesting. Hardys need to retire. Yeah, I agree. Beyond with the issues that Matt has with his back, I'm surprised he hasn't retired already. I mean, the guy can barely walk outside of a wrestling ring, from all accounts, and so you know, it's really shocking that he's still going. Yeah, we touched on it a little bit earlier. Yeah, I don't know if you're right or not, but the fact that Sting is doing what Sting is doing at 60, what is he, 63 now, and he's doing more diving moves than he ever did when he was younger. You know, Sting's wanting to be the next PCO, I think. Except he's not French Canadian like PCO, I guess, and doesn't think he's Frankenstein's monster. Yeah, and Sting's actually older than PCO, so there's that too. But it's the same kind of situation. Old guy who everybody thought was going to be retired and was washed up, reinvents themselves and comes back. And well, not that Sting really reinvented himself, to be honest, but he's still out there at 63 years old doing stuff that he didn't do when he was younger. I mean, the last AEW pay-per-view, that dive that he did off the stage or wherever it was onto the guys, that was You didn't see Sting doing that shit when he was younger, you know. Yeah, in moderation, it's okay. And to think Vince McMahon, after what happened with Seth in that match with Sting and Seth Rollins, wouldn't let Sting wrestle anymore. He refused to let the doctors clear him. Makes you wonder if Vince is a little gun shy when it comes to that kind of the injury thing after the concussion lawsuits and all that other crap that was going on. Man, I was tired of CM Punk before he ever left. I never really bought into the CM Punk being the savior of the masses and all this other crap that they were pulling in WWE with him. The only time I really liked CM Punk was back in his old ROH days and when he was in the WWE version of ECW. When they moved him to the main roster or the main Raw or whatever you want to call it, and they, especially when they turned him heel and whatnot, it was like, nah, don't care. You know, when he did the so-called pipe bomb and stuff, I wasn't even watching wrestling at that point. I had completely stopped watching wrestling for a couple of years. And that was, you know, the only thing I did wrestling wise was play the video games because the video games were still fun. When Punk showed up on Dynamite, or was Dynamite he showed up on first or Rampage? Anyway, whichever one it was, he showed up first on. I just sat here and rolled my eyes like, oh great, he's back. The only thing that Punk coming back did was stopped Ollie Davis over on Wrestle Talk with his stupid CM Punk to AEW confirmed joke that was a running thing that he did almost every week. That got old real goddamn quick. Every time somebody said somebody was coming to AEW, CM Punk to AEW confirmed. It's like, no, shut up, Ollie. Go away with that shit. So, um, it's cool to hear Call to Personality every week, I guess. But, you know, other than that, you know, I piss some people off in Wrestle Talk's YouTube chat, comment section because they were all talking about how great CM Punk is. And I was like, the only cool thing about CM Punk's is goddamn entrance music. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. He's also a complete moron. I don't know if you saw their his review that he did of WrestleMania. The moron every year comes out and says that America the Beautiful is the U.S. national anthem. You think by now, by having people in the comment section repeatedly telling him that's not our national anthem, it would sink into his goddamn thick-headed British skull. But apparently, it doesn't. Yeah, Ollie was better when he was doing more joke stuff and had his sexy jacket. If you remember when he had that leopard print jacket that he lost, who was it, Cultaholic, I think, in a competition, he lost his jacket to them. Yeah, they've gone downhill. They really have. But yeah, still better than some of the wrestling channels out there. Sadly, when it was just Ollie and Luke is when it was at its best. Then they brought in Chopper, and then or did they bring in El Facador or Chopper Pete first? I don't mind El Facador sometimes, but Chopper Pete, he just gets so goddamn negative about everything. Wrong Hardy, Kingpin. This ain't the 1930s, man. Come on. Yeah, I mean, I'm running out of things to talk about. I don't know what to talk about. Um, uh, well, okay, Razor. You said you saw the ROH show. What did you think about Jay Lethal turning heel? That was a surprise. Lethal turning heel the way he did. I don't know. I don't think anybody saw that coming. Waiting for the YouTube delay. See if he responds. That's what sucks about. I think the heel turn. Yeah, I think that heel turn was the part of the work in AEW. Because if you look at the reason he was getting frustrated in the match and he had been losing in AEW, that was like a continuation of that storyline. There's one thing AEW does well; it's long-term storytelling, right? So if you factor in that heel turn and the way he kept losing and the more frustrated he was getting every time he lost, and he saw himself getting ready to lose another match, right? I think that was just the frustration finally, and he snapped. So it'll be interesting to see where they go with it from there, especially with Ring of Honor now being owned by AEW essentially, with Tony Khan owning both companies. So that could be a big part of the storyline is going across. I mean, let's look at some of the storylines that AEW has. Because if you look at the original storylines with the Elite, there's and with Hangman and those guys all having falling out and everything. That started in Japan. That started in New Japan before they ever went and had AEW. So I mean that's something that AEW's always since I can't say always because they haven't been around that long. They've only been in business for 3 years now. But that's something that they've done. They've continued storylines from one promotion into AEW and vice versa now apparently with the Jay Lethal heel turn. I mean, good Lord, the storyline between the Young Bucks and FTR that started on Twitter. The Twitter wars that they had going back to 2015 when the Bucks were in New Japan, and FTR was the revival in NXT. You know, so that came to fruition in AEW, and that storyline is gonna be continuing on Wednesday when the Bucks challenge FTR for the AAA and ROH tag team titles. So, I mean that's one thing that AEW has done well. I mean, they'll take a break in the middle of a storyline, do something else, and next thing you know, boom, they're right back to that storyline again. Which is basically what's happening on Wednesday. Well, it happened Friday night with the Bucks showing up after the match to attack the Briscoes, which goes back to when the Bucks were in Ring of Honor in New Japan, and FTR coming out to make the save. You know, so, and the last time the Bucks took on FTR, the rules were reversed. The Bucks were the heels. I mean, the Bucks were the faces, and FTR was the heels. Now it's going to be reversed. You're going to have face FTR, who is still maybe in the pinnacle, against the Bucks, who are going to be the heels. So it's going to be interesting dynamic to see how it plays out this time around, because it's going to be a reverse of what it was the last time. So I mean, seriously, if you look at the FTR Bucks storyline, that's gone across 4 different federations now. That's hit New Japan, WWE. Even though the Bucks weren't in WWE, they were feuding on Twitter with each other at the time when the Bucks were in New Japan and ROH, and FTR was in WWE. And AEW. So I mean, that's 4 promotions that this feud will have spanned across. I don't think we've ever seen FTR's faces to even know how good they'll be as faces. They've always been heels. They're in that same mold as the Andersons, aka the Minnesota Wrecking Crew, the Midnight Express, Anderson and Blanchard. So they've always been heel. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see where it goes with them as being the baby faces in the feud. Against the heel Bucks instead of the other way around. Yeah. Christ, I can't remember what their WWE names were individually. I remember the tag team name. It was the Revival, but I don't remember what their actual individual names were. Damn, I honestly cannot remember what their names in WWE were. I remember when Bret Hart was doing something at he was getting inducted to the Hall of Fame. I think it was as the Hart Foundation, when he was getting inducted as a member of Hart Foundation, when the guy ran up on the stage and FTR guys went up there and beat the crap out of the guy. Welcome back, NKJO. Does Bret Hart show up? There have been rumors that Hart is going to be the new manager of FTR since they fired, Tully. So, and with them starting up this week, the men's branch of the Owen Hart tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up in some capacity. Oh yeah, he did. He knocked the hell out of that guy. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Bret Hart shows up. He's been on AEW before. If you remember, he's the guy that brought out the AEW championship for the first time when they debuted the belt. I mean, with the tournament being in his brother's honor, yeah, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. I was surprised when he didn't show up when the qualifying matches for the women's division of the tournament started. To be honest with you. And it would also be interesting to see if he shows up because FTR on TV of late, they didn't do it Friday with against the Briscoes, but FTR had been using the heart attack in a couple of matches. So is that foreshadowing? I don't know. Does Tessa Blanchard ever land a job again with a major promotion? I'm surprised she hasn't already. People were too testy anymore, to put it mildly. I mean, if Hulk Hogan got his job with WWE back, the fact that she hasn't been signed by anybody is absolutely ridiculous. Tessa Blanchard is a once in a generational talent, and for nobody to give her a job because she said something stupid when she was younger. How many people haven't said something stupid when they were younger? You know? What live interview was that? I don't think I've seen it. No, I know I haven't seen it, in fact. Yeah, tell me about it, Razor. I know exactly what you're talking. That's my point. I was I was trying to use nicer words, but yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's like Top Flight. I want to like Top Flight, but when every time you look at them in a match, they're wearing those damn terrorist armbands. I can't stand them. They're talented guys. I mean, Dante looks like John Cena's love child, but I know I can't be the only one that thinks that, right? Dante Martin looks like John Cena's kid. If you look at his facial structure and stuff. Yeah. Here's the thing with AEW's women's division. I tend to skip over those matches because their women's division really isn't that good. You get outside of like Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker and um, Statlander. Their women's division is really not that good. Maybe Tony Storm will be able to work her way up into that too, but who knows? But yeah, as it stands right now, It's a 3-person women's division with everybody else just being there. And I'm not even going to count Nyla Rose because that's a guy. Yep, got a half hour until the main show starts, or until any of the wrestling actually starts. Woohoo. Yeah, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If AEW has a weak point, it's their women's division. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't remember seeing it. So I'll have to look at that later. Maybe was it on AEW TV when that was happening, or was that on somebody else interviewing her? I mean, it was Tony Schiavone interviewing her backstage or something. Maybe that's why when she asked for a release, Vince agreed to it. Okay. Well, see you later, Razor. So now what do I talk about for a half hour? Oh yeah, they're supposed to. MKJF. It's supposed to be another 6 hour. Well, 6 hours if you count the 2 hours for the pre-show. So the actual show would be 4. And they're not doing any matches during the pre-show again, apparently, since there's only a half hour left and there hasn't been a match yet. But right now would be a perfect time where they could have had the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal during the pre-show. Of course, they also don't need to do 2 nights. But, it's just my opinion. There's a lot of these matches that could have been on the Raw after, and nobody would have missed them being on the WrestleMania card. Let's be perfectly honest. I mean, would anybody have missed Drew McIntyre versus Happy Corbin not being on WrestleMania card? Anybody? I wouldn't have. I would not have missed that match being on the WrestleMania card one bit. WrestleMania should just be championship matches and maybe 1 or 2 feuds involving upper tier people, and that's it. Yeah, let's stop and think about this for a minute. I don't think either the U.S. or Intercontinental Championships are being defended at WrestleMania this year, if I remember correctly. Let me look. I'm going to look up the card for tonight and see for sure, but they weren't defended last night. You had both women's titles defended last night. So let's look up WrestleMania 38. Yeah, right. So let's see. What do we got tonight on the card? Lesnar and Reigns, obviously. Lashley and Omos. Edge and AJ Styles. Johnny Knoxville versus Sami Zayn. Why the hell is Johnny Knoxville in a wrestling match against? And that's for the Intercontinental Championship? Who the hell's bright idea was that? This is goddamn David Arquette all over again. Did Vince learn nothing from when WCW pulled this kind of nonsense? Well, apparently, Sami Zayn had already lost the Intercontinental title. Oh, yeah, that's right. Ricochet has it. Never mind. Which, by the way, Ricochet is not on the card. The Intercontinental Champion. Pat McAfee versus Vince McMahon. Yeah, neither the Intercontinental Championship nor the U.S. Championship are being defended at WrestleMania. What the hell kind of bullshit is that? Why even have the titles if you're not going to put them on WrestleMania? It makes no sense whatsoever. Hell, this may be the first time the Intercontinental Championship hasn't been defended at a WrestleMania. That is absolutely insane. Oh hell, you look at Shinsuke Nakamura's last title reign. I don't think he defended it from the time he won it till the time he lost it. That was quite a few months. It's the secondary titles in WWE anymore. The U.S. title and the Intercontinental title pretty much mean nothing anymore. They're just there to be there. And that's part of the problem with the product. Yes. Close that page. Reopen that real quick. Now, sure, there's something that could have been bumped from that damned card. It had a U.S. or Intercontinental title match put in its place. Well, yeah, the Johnny Knoxville versus frickin' Sami Zayn match. That doesn't need to exist. That could have been a pre-match. That could have been a pre-show match. No reason for that to be on the main card, especially not on night 2. So that's absolutely disgusting that match is happening. Pat McAfee versus Austin Theory. That shouldn't be on the main card either. You could have bumped that for one of the two, either the U.S. or Intercontinental Championship match. So we'll look at the Bobby Lashley versus Omos. That doesn't need to be there. Could have got rid of that. So Austin Theory versus Pat McAfee, Bobby Lashley versus Omos, or Sami Zayn versus Johnny Knoxville. Take out any two of those matches, put in a U.S. and an Intercontinental title match. But no, got to have those stupid matches. I mean, absolutely nothing. Because Johnny Knoxville is promoting a movie, and who the hell knows why Austin Theory is taking on Pat McAfee? That doesn't make any goddamn sense from the start. Other than Austin Theory's in there taking Vince McMahon's place, which that would have been even worse. And then Lashley versus Omos, yeah, who gives a shit? So any of those three matches could have been bumped from the show, and nobody would have gave a damn. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. How many people actually want to see Johnny Knoxville in a wrestling match? I think I asked that question already, or did I? I don't know. I know I don't. I don't want to see Johnny Knoxville doing anything. He's a waste of space, completely and totally. Just like all the other idiots from Jackass. Yeah, but now they're going to turn him babyface again because of what happened after the match. KJO. Yeah, for those of you that are maybe watching a replay, he said, got to give it to Logan Paul for doing a good job, natural heel. Yeah. I give him that. I mean, he's a natural heel. I mean, to go and film in the Suicide Force in Japan, like we talked about last night, yeah, you got to be a dick. So, I mean, he's a natural heel. And Ollie Davis put it earlier. The appeal of Logan Paul is that people just naturally want to punch him in the face. He wasn't wrong. Logan Paul is one of those faces that you just want to punch. Yeah, as far as the stuff he did in the ring and whatnot, like I said last night, he's no Bad Bunny. Like, going back, damn, it's been a few months, hasn't it? But going back to when Bad Bunny was having that tag team match with his being Damian Priest's tag partner against The Miz and Morrison. Yeah, Bad Bunny impressed me. The dude took it absolutely serious. The moves that he was pulling off. Oh, Austin's blood alcohol content, man. I don't know, man. But I don't think he would have been safe to drive. He was putting away some beer last night. I like how the ref got a beer but wouldn't get in the ring. The ref knows. The ref wasn't stupid. Byron Saxton didn't learn his lesson from a couple years ago, but the ref wasn't stupid. I don't know if you were out there earlier in KJO when we were talking about it, but Rick Boogs, he's going to be out for up to 12 months. The injury was worse than what they first thought it was going to be. They did an MRI last night, and apparently it was after they got him to the hospital finally, and it was worse. Wasn't just his patella tendon that was screwed up. Well, 15 minutes till the show. Well, 14. Yeah, they're looking at. He's looking at 9 to 12 months. They said what I heard earlier. So yep, everybody that was commenting last night, you're right. It was a real injury. So, everybody, the rest of us all thought it was a work injury, but nope, it was a shoot injury. He's actually hurt, and pretty badly too. Not as bad as Big E, but you know, still not good. No, not a Sid. No, thank God it wasn't a Sid Vicious. That was crazy. And the way he fell, it didn't it didn't look like his knee bent at a weird angle or anything either. You know, when they showed it in replay. I mean, if they would have, they wouldn't have showed a replay of it. But yeah, I mean, Sid's yes, man. You said it, and I saw it in my head. And jumping off that second rope and landing, and his lower leg just bending in a way that it ain't supposed to bend. His boot just folded in half with his foot in it still. You know, it's not a good thing. How that guy still has, you know, the doctors did good work on him. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. Sid can still go out there and play softball. So that's a joke about Sid, that he would take off wrestling events to go play softball, because there were occasions where he just didn't show up. So the joke was he was playing softball. No, I'm not. One thing you learn from WWE is Vince likes when his announcers talk. He likes hearing them talk, as long as they're saying what he wants them to say anyway. Do you really need do you really need 2 hours to recap or build up what you're going to have on the show? Well, let's be honest, man. The WrestleMania pre-show both nights was more build up for the matches on the main show than what they've done in the last month on Raw or SmackDown. Yeah, that's not a joke. That's absolutely serious. They did more build up for these matches in the 2 hours prior to each night than they had in the past month of 2 and 3 hour shows. And Vince wonders why the ratings for Raw and SmackDown are as bad as what they are right now. Yep, got 8 hours, got 8 minutes until the show starts. I wish somebody else would jump in here so it's not just me talking to myself, talking to you YouTube peoples. Between you and the chat, because I got to wait for your chat delay before I know what your responses are, so I know what to say afterwards. And it's no knock on you guys, obviously. It's just how YouTube works and whatnot. So. I don't know if Buck's still having technical issues from last night or if he's over somewhere watching Scotsman or what have you.
No battery.
Yeah, tried to.
No battery.
Definitely tried to. I mean, it was nice when Barbecue was in here and we had a nice conversation for about 45 minutes. I mean, you and Razor out there in the chat helped a lot. No, Kingpin's trying to jump in, says device not connected. There we go. Hello.
Yo.
So, did you hear? Did you hear what I was saying about what happened with Boogs last night?
No.
Okay, his injury is real and it's much more severe than what they first thought it was.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, talking 9 to 12 months for him.
Yeah, 500 pounds on your back's not easy.
Well, 440 something, but yeah.
Well, and plus half of it jumped on your back.
Uh-huh.
That's what I was telling you. I think he was meant to be bent over, and the other dude get on his back, and then him like backdrop both of them, maybe over the top rope.
Yeah,
or
do like
something
a Samoan drop or something with him, yeah.
And he met the limits of his human capability.
Yeah, his knee said, nope, not doing that today. But,
Yeah, that's a shame, man. It's I hate to see anybody get injured.
Yeah.
Part of the
Yeah.
game, but it's
Yeah.
that's bad.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's not, his knee didn't even really bend at a weird angle. It just gave out on him, just like he lost his balance or something, But apparently it was worse than what it looked like.
You know how they take. You'll know the scientific word for it. I can't think of it right now. When they're it's like tensile strength. When they take a 2x4 and try to crush it down from the
Mhm.
edges and see how many pounds of pressure it'll take before it breaks.
Yeah.
So I think that's just what happened when that guy jumped up on him. That down force on the knee was too much, and it was gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stinks, man.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it hasn't been a good month or so for WWE, has it? You had the thing with Big E, now him with his leg, and
Well, the good thing for both of those guys is they're uh, worldwide superstars and probably have the access to the best treatment and the best doctors and the best equipment.
well, Boogs is just getting started. I mean, he hasn't been around that long. Big E, on the other hand, yeah, you're kind of right because he's been around for a while and he's been smart with his money and whatnot. But Boogs was just getting started. He's still on his first contract with them.
Right, yeah.
So hopefully he's got a good money and able to afford good health insurance. Because he's going to need it, sadly. Because he's got to have the surgery and then he's going to have to go through rehab and all that before he can get back in the ring.
Hopefully, he's also got something else he can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We've talked about it a million times with 65-year-old Sting doing, wrestling moves and stuff. And it's like, is your life really that crappy that you couldn't save any money or you made that many bad decisions that you've got to do this to yourself at 65?
Well,
Or do you
Sting's
love it that much?
Sting's case, he loves it that much. I mean, there's certain guys. I mean, you get a lot of the guys will say this too. Walking away from wrestling is the hardest thing they ever did because
Well,
you
I'm
get
sure, like
into it,
any
and
sport, like even
yeah,
even Tom Brady when he decides to quit playing footballs, then it's probably going to be a hard transition of life. Like I can't play football anymore.
yeah.
Now what?
Well, yeah. Well, you jumped in just in time. I'll be right back. I got to go get some dinner. I haven't eaten yet.
Right on. You have to keep me company, MK Joe.
Yeah, I'll only be a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
good,
go
man.
grab
I
a
got
plate.
it. I'm gonna cough a lot when the radio live if I can. You ever look at Atlantic Guns, MK Joe? It used to be in Rockville. I think they moved. We might have even had this conversation before. But they were always pretty nice to me whenever I went down there. They might be able to help you find the 1911 you're looking for. What's going on, Jason? Drive safe, man. Everything that Rich explains to you when you get here, I'll make sure I explain to you after Rich explains it to you. That way it makes sense. Let's see what's happening. Right now it says there's a minute and 20 before the show starts. And there's a bunch of suits sitting around yakking. But I can't see the chat if I'm looking at that. So. Oh, you were there yesterday? Nice. Yeah, the first time I went down there to buy a gun, I got the SIG P320 and 45 ACP. And I told the guy when I was looking at the guns that I heard about his store on the Chris Plant show. And while he was selling me the gun, he came around the corner with a Ruger book bag and a whole bunch of swag from the store and stickers and stuff like that. And was like, "Tell Chris I said hi." So I called Chris Plant and told him that I name dropped and got a bunch of free swag from the gun store. Got a new mic to try out. Nice. They had a bear for 3,000. Did you buy it? I mean, you probably already know, Jason, but Snobby and Obnoxious got a lot of information about mics and different stuff like that. If you need help trying to find a mic that you might like, if this one doesn't work out. Hmm. You didn't buy it, so that's too cheap for you. You turn your nose up at $3,000 guns. Hanging out with Jason Stewart too long. Yeah, 800. I don't know, man. The Ruger that I got was about $800, give or take a couple dollars. Probably give a couple dollars because where we live at. But I love that 1911. It's a full size, but it's a pretty nice gun. Hey, my nephew's got a Rock Island, and it shoots pretty good. It's a nice looking little gun. I mean, maybe some people think Rock Island's a budget gun or whatever, but either way, they're not bad. Hyper X mic. That sounds impressive. I've got a HP laptop mic. Wherever I think the problem with the laptop mic is it's right underneath the keyboard. So every time I touch the keyboard, it sounds like I'm hitting my computer with a hammer. Who wants to guess what Rich had for dinner? I'm gonna say he's KFC or something like that. Maybe Domino's pizza. I should host a show. I'm pretty good at this. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna host a show every night, Monday through Friday and Saturday and Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's the only time zone that matters. Live show with Kingpin, and then that's what we're gonna do. It's official. United Firearms a lot. What is that? I don't know what that is. Noodles. Jason votes noodles. All right. What is United Firearms? Is that a store or is that like a website or something like that? Oh, Randolph Road. All right. I'll have to check them out.
Yep, I'm back. It took a little longer than I thought because I had to strip meat off of chicken wings.
I was close for it. Chicken. I was close. I said chicken. Okay, what'd you have for dinner?
I got buffalo wings and rice.
You were close, Jason. Noodles and rice are basically the same thing, and I said chicken. So we win. By the way, I'm hosting a show every week, every day of the week now
What?
at 8 o'clock. So
Since when?
since 30 seconds ago, probably.
Oh. Whose idea was that?
It was mine, of course.
Oh. Jason says he's 40 minutes from his house. Yep, so that's okay. You haven't missed anything, Jason. I think they just did the not national anthem, and now they're doing their silly video intro for the show. Yeah. This is what's for dinner. I had to strip all that meat off the bone before I could. Because my wife wasn't thinking boneless wings not being a good dinner if you're doing a YouTube show. Yeah. If it would have been boneless, it would have been better. But she had a big bag of wings that she had bought like a month ago that she had to get used, so she made them tonight, not realizing.
We still got enough for one more batch because we bought 4 pounds.
Well, it's all right. Wings are meant to have bones in them.
Ow! Ow!
Yes, but when you're trying to do something else at the same time you're eating dinner, wings with bones in it get to be a pain in the neck.
But that's why you make chicken tenders or
Tell
giant
her
chicken
that.
nuggets.
This wasn't my idea.
No, I'm saying that you knew what you were getting into when you asked for wings.
I didn't.
Wings have bones.
No. I didn't ask for it. This was her idea.
Well, it sounded like a pretty good idea to me.
Yeah, if you're like watching a ball game or if you're sitting just watching wrestling, but when you gotta click your mouse and stuff, the last thing you want is to have buffalo sauce over your hands.
Well, your show is in expert hands. I'm a professional live show host now. So you could have eaten dinner and I could have run the show and you could have finished dinner and washed your hands and been fine.
Uh-huh. So what's the first match going to be? Oh, it's
And
Triple H.
Gabriel,
So that'll be interesting. See what he's got to say.
Mr. M. Gabriel has joined the show.
Yeah, he said, snap into a Slim Jim. I have this song on my computer, and I haven't. And the only time I really listen to it's when Triple H is coming out to the ring. Is that wrong? I used to replace the intro music, the songs, with this song. Like the song that would start when you first load up a game. I would replace that with this song because. Patriot out there with the usual joke about oil, jello, or mud. And usual answer, a lot of the guys use a little too much baby oil.
This is down feather wrestling night.
That's my foot. I'm not playing with you. What?
You have to excuse me. I'm just sitting here listening to Motorhead. Triple H was good friends with Lemmy, for those of you who didn't know.
Who's Lemmy supposed to be?
Lemmy was the singer and founder of Motorhead.
All right.
Yeah, the guy that's singing right now. Didn't you ever watch Airheads? Who would win in a fight, Lemmy or God? It's a trick question. Lemmy is God.
Yeah, I saw that movie like once or twice. He's going to leave his boots in the ring. Those of you don't, excuse me. Those of you who don't know the significance of that, when a high-level wrestler retires, they leave their boots, symbolically leave their boots in the ring. Evening, Patriot. It's got to be a pretty cool feeling to have 80,000 people, all cheering for you and stuff like that, getting you all pumped up.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Oh, that was short and sweet, wasn't it? For those of you who may not be actually watching the pay-per-view, Triple H came out, sat his boots down, got on the mic, said, after the crowd was done cheering for him and whatnot, said, "I came out here to say thank you to all of you and welcome to WrestleMania." And then he left, leaving his boots and the microphone in the ring. I guess it's a good thing at least that Riddle's not riding a camel like he did in Saudi Arabia.
Sean, put the chain on the back door. I don't know if I did or not.
Can you still hear the sound?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I had to turn it down again. It did like it did on me last night. It spiked real loud again.
No, it's kind of low, but it's acceptable.
Okay. Yeah, if I adjust my headset to decrease the volume, then I can't hear you. So yeah, I just got a comment on what they were just saying. With Montez Ford having 3 small children at home, I don't know how much partying he's doing on a nightly basis, to be perfectly honest.
Dogs. Sorry.
Uh, Patriot says, "Don't try fooling us, Kingpin. We know you got 80,000 people cheering you all the time."
Yeah, but they're usually just women. I can't.
Vader bomb.
I've never seen that fat dude before. Who's he?
That's Otis. He used to be or what the hell did they call themselves? I can't remember what they called themselves now. So never mind. God damn it! I drew a complete total blank. But he had a different tag team partner at one point, and they were like they had a construction worker gimmick.
Are those black dudes the Bootios?
No, they're not the Bootios guys. That's the Street Profits.
Oh yeah, I've never seen them before either.
Yeah, you have.
Okay. I don't remember. I definitely haven't seen the fat guy and his partner.
Yeah, the thin black dude's the one that can jump real high, if you remember. When he does a splash off of the top rope, he gets that really high. He gets that real big air under him. And he's Bianca Belair's husband. You know, the one that was fighting Becky Lynch last night.
Which one?
The thin black
I
dude.
don't know who the girl is. Which one? The thin black guy?
Yeah, the thin black guy. Yeah, the two of them got like 2 or 3 small kids at home. You don't remember that guy now?
That was a pretty cool move. I like that. He got everybody and landed on his feet.
Yeah. That's like a standard move of his to do. He does that like almost every match. He finds a way to hit that move on somebody where he goes over the ring post.
He landed right on his feet.
He had to be pretty damn athletic to jump over the ring post like that.
Yeah.
Figure that post is what, a good 3, 4, or 5 feet tall.
Oh yeah. That's probably 4 feet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then it's like 3 feet from where you would be jumping, or more from where you would actually, because you want to take off, on your jump before you get to the corner. The way he dove over it, so it's not easy to do. Jason out there in the chat doing his impression of Will Smith.
Mm-hmm. Now, can Riddle tag one of the black dudes, or can he only tag his partner?
He can tag in any of them. Well, then he can tag in the black dudes if he wants. It's a triple threat tag match.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Can other teams tag in other teams?
Yeah. But if you do, you have to leave the ring. And there's no guarantee that you're going to be able to get your team tag back in. So tagging in one of the other teams, if you're beat up real bad, could be a way to get out of the ring where you're not getting beat up anymore, but it could also be a detriment to your team winning. Apparently, this is a tornado, so in a tornado, they wouldn't be able to. This is a weird situation with this match. Apparently, usually you don't see them like this, where you have three guys in the ring at one time. Usually, it's only two of the guys in a triple threat tag team match, and one of the teams has to be outside, and then you could do like you said and tag in anybody. But apparently, the way they got this one set up, you can't do that.
Yeah, there's no disqualification in this.
Well, usually that's the way it usually works with a triple threat match. Just for some reason, they decided to change the rules. This is like quasi triple threat and tornado tag at the same time kind of thing. It's tornado in that you got three guys in the ring at one time, but it's not tornado because half the team has to stay outside the ring until they're tagged in. It's just it's the first time I've seen them do it this way. Under a standard triple threat tag team match, what you were saying would be what would have applied. They No, Bray Wyatt has not shown up, Razor. If it were a full-fledged tornado match, everybody would be in the ring at the same time, by the way. There would be no tags. Which, being no disqualification, he may as well just go ahead and make it that anyway, right? I mean, what's the referee going to do if everybody's in the ring at one time? You can't disqualify anybody.
Well, that would be cheating in a no disqualification match.
Yeah, apparently cheating in an ODQ match, yeah. I mean, can you cheat in a match that has no cheating? I mean, let's be perfectly honest. Isn't that a little bit illogical?
Well, I mean, we know what your views on cheating are. So,
Well, if there's no rules, you can't cheat. Whoop, and they get pulled out of the ring. They forgot there was another team out there. I think he just got knocked out. That was going to be it. But it is WrestleMania.
oh, you felt that one.
Ooh, his head hit the post.
Uh-huh.
Heard that. I thought they were going for Doomsday Device for a minute. It's WrestleMania. Of course, that's not it.
That's a cool move, though.
Oh yeah, but see what I mean about the height that guy gets on his leaps from the top rope.
Plus, he gets on top of that. What I like about him is when he's going to the top rope, he gets there quick. He
Mhm.
doesn't take forever climbing the ropes.
Now Montez Ford is extremely athletic. I've seen Montez Ford in a match against Big Show drop kick him, standing drop kick in the face.
That other dude, his partner, did some pretty slick move over the top rope, too. So even though he's pudgy, he's got some ups, too.
That was a hell of an RKO, and it wasn't even by Orton. There we go. There's an Orton with an RKO out of nowhere. That's something that Orton's always done well. Is hit that RKO, just boom, when you least expect it.
Yeah, he caught the guy flying through the air.
You gotta have your timing just right to do that.
Yeah, that was pretty slick.
So what do you think about that match?
Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a 7. It was pretty good. Lots of good moves. The guys were fresh. There wasn't a whole lot of laying around trying to catch your breath, and the timing on some of the bigger moves was pretty good. And I think even though it seems really corny to have the little barefoot dude getting all jazzed up like the other bald head dude gets, but the crowd seems to really like those two together. Like they seem to really pump the crowd up, so I think they might have a little winning combination on their hand.
And now they're sharing a beverage in the ring. They call him the new guy who just got signed in. Why is the writing on his shirt backwards? Is that a fashion statement or something?
It's upside down too.
Is it upside down?
Uh-huh. Why do these two guys not like each other?
Well, he's Gable Stevenson, and the other guy's Chad Gable. So they're going to fight over who gets to have the name Gable, I guess.
Yeah, but is the black dude just like, isn't he like just everybody's friend hanging out ringside, or is he a wrestler?
He's a wrestler. Remember the guy that they announced last night that was the Olympic wrestler that signed with WWE?
Oh, okay. And then wannabe Kurt Angle, I guess, is an Olympic wrestler too.
Well, he was not an Olympic wrestler, but he was a collegiate wrestler. The little guy there.
So he hasn't wrestled yet.
Him? No, not in WWE. No.
Take a screenshot of that right there, and then get his belly. And 2 years from now, let's look at this guy. I bet you he don't look like that.
No, he'll probably be a lot more toned.
If he got a lot more tone, I think it'll be a lot bigger. I think that dude's got the potential to be a madhouse. He's big.
They're sharing a cold beverage. Don't necessarily know what their beverage is, but they're having it. It's not beer. So what do you think they're drinking? Gin? Vodka?
Water.
Well, yeah, obviously it's probably water, but what do you think it was supposed to be?
And it's probably supposed to be champagne, I guess.
Well, it didn't have any bubbles.
I don't know. I mean, isn't that what alcohol people celebrate? They drink champagne.
Champagne's got bubbles in it. Champagne's like wine soda.
Right, it's nasty. Yeah, that's when MKJ brings up. Riddle gets thrown out of the match. That's when they're gonna have to. That's one of the holes in their game is the Riddle guy gets tossed around a little too much.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says the wrestler dude will have more tattoos as well.
Yeah. What's funny is Riddle has stated that he wants to be the guy that retires Brock Lesnar. No joke. He has legitimately said this.
Right. Hey man, you gotta have lofty goals.
Oh yeah, they're both former UFC fighters, so you know. So now we're getting commercials for whatever's on NBC, I guess.
I'm gonna go get my dinner. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay. Commercials, commercials, commercials. It's a paid service, and you still got commercials. Yeah, if you're going to do a triple threat tag team match, just make it a tornado match. You know, have everybody in the ring at one time. There's no rules, so why is the one rule that there has to be tags? It doesn't make any sense, right? So yeah, but yeah, you gave it a 6, MKJ. I'm more in line with Kingpin because I still haven't got a chance to give it my reading yet because they started the after match stuff. I'm gonna give it a 7. I'll go 7.5. It was entertaining. It was a good way to start the show. Unlike yesterday, where the show started with a match where they cut the ring ropes with a sword, which made a whole hell of a lot of no sense. And this guy's talent is that he's very tall. And you can't teach that. I mean, isn't that what Enzo said? You can't teach height. I would have never guessed that, but yeah, okay. I guess that's why Enzo doesn't have a job anymore. Or no, wait, Enzo doesn't have a job anymore because he was accused of sexually assaulting somebody. That's right. That's what that was. Ashley gets hurt, and his first match back is to go against the incredibly green, really big guy. Makes you wonder if somebody backstage doesn't like Bobby Lashley very much.
Because you think this match is beneath him.
Well, I don't think Almost is at Lashley's level as far as his talent level yet.
He's twice the size of the
Yeah,
guy.
he's twice his size. I get that. Okay, but size doesn't necessarily mean talented.
Right, but who else is Amos gonna wrestle? Is he gonna wrestle Tommy Riddle?
Matt Riddle.
Whatever the little bald head barefoot guy is.
Sure, why not?
Are you serious?
No, my point was that Bobby Lashley is coming back from injury, and the first match he has is against a really big green guy.
yeah,
Not necessarily. Yeah. It's not conducive to not getting injured again right after you're coming back from injury.
yeah, true. Somebody's here.
Yeah, barbecue's back. Welcome back, barbecue.
How's it going?
And we're just discussing whether it's a good idea for Bobby Lashley coming back from injury to go up against a really big green guy who doesn't have a whole lot of experience in the ring.
Well, if they have him actually work like a big guy, I don't think it'd be that bad. But if they want him to do a bunch of fancy moves and stuff, yeah, it could be bad.
Yeah, I mean it's not conducive to not re-injuring his shoulder, which is why he was out. I mean, the last WWE pay-per-view was Elimination Chamber, and they had it where he got, because he was all injured going into the match, but they couldn't write him out of the match because he got injured like the week before the show, so they wanted to write him out of the match. So they had to where he got injured in the match because of something happened in the match, so they pulled him out of the Elimination Chamber right away, right? So he was out until this is his first match back, and they're putting him against him. I don't know if that's a good thing.
I wonder if Lashley's even fully healed. Maybe they were like, you know what? We can put Lashley in this, have almost just smash him, and then Bobby goes back out to finish healing, and then almost looks like a monster because he just squashed Lashley.
Almost already looks like a monster. I mean, just his size makes him look like a monster. Look how much bigger than Lashley the guy is, for crying out loud. See how big his arm looked compared to Lashley's head, for Christ's sake? Lashley looks like a child next to almost. It almost has to be a good, foot taller at least? And Lashley's not a little guy. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get the lash that move on there. I don't think he's going to get a full Nelson on him. He's just too tall. If he were on his knees, maybe, but not standing. Look at that size difference. Holy crap. This size difference is like Godzilla fighting a regular T-Rex. You think he's going to be able to pull this off? Let's go for it again. He's determined, ain't he? Yeah. G23 is saying that conversation is deafening. Yeah, I don't know why the other two ain't talking G23, so I can't, I don't know. Nope, Lashley won.
I was enjoying it till the end. The suplex killed it for me.
Snap suplex is easier than a vertical suplex. I thought he was going to go for like a jackhammer or something, or the vertical suplex where he holds the guy. The stalling vertical suplex he does. But the snap suplex is easier to pull off.
I agree 100% there, but I don't think that they should have gone with the suplex. Even if it would have just been a matter of, if they wanted to end it with a couple spears like they did, almost eats the pin still, then I say take and have Lashley, counter out of the corner or something. Almost rings his bell off the back of the ring post. Lashley then hits him with a couple spears. I don't know. I guess I'm looking at it as like obviously Andre was slammed before Hogan slammed him. We all know that, but on a big stage like this, I don't think they should have gone with the suplex. Protect him a little bit more. Because then, if you do the whole, like I said, head into the ring post by mistake, that you can play into the he's still green, he's learning.
More commercials. At least this one's a commercial that's actually built into the pay-per-view and not Peacock having commercials.
No battery. No battery. No battery.
Uh-oh. Somebody's in trouble. Sheamus going to kill somebody. His wife's trying to get him killed, isn't she? Her girlfriend, whatever. All right, so Guns and Barbecue gave us his view of the match as far as logic and stuff's concerned. What do you give it as far as a score?
A score, man, with the way they were working it, I was ready to give it like a 9 out of 10. I was really enjoying it. I'm telling you, that friggin' suplex killed it for me. I'm gonna go with a 7 out of 10.
You Kingpin, you there?
Yeah, I didn't see most of the match stuff dealing with the dogs. What? Who did Bobby Lashley suplex the guy to win? Is that what happened?
He hit a suplex and then he pinned him. I remember.
Well, there was 2 or 3 spears that he took before that, after the suplex.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass. I didn't really see much of the match, so.
Yeah, MKJ says 7. Yeah, I'll go with that too. I'll go with the 7. Yeah, he says he would have loved to have seen Lashley try and body slam him, not just suplex him.
Yeah. But again, I don't think that this was the time or place for it. Like with the story they were telling, hey, he's inexperienced, he's young, all that. Great story. Then he was working like a big man. He's dominating Lashley. He's taking his time in between stuff, leaving Lashley laying and, just soaking it all in. I was like, this is great. Like they could have still beat him like they did. Like I said, that damn suplex.
Well, they did the story that you were talking about, but basically when he was a tag team partner with AJ Styles. So they did partially do that kind of story with it. And G23 thinks this is a Sega chat or something because he said 365.
No, if it was a Sig chat, this would be the last episode.
No. That would just been a video. The lost episode is an episode of Caliber Corner that's on this channel. Travis P11 was having internet issues, so I hosted the Caliber Corner for him. I forget what episode that is. But there is an episode of Caliber Corner that's actually on this channel. Let's see, are they done with their commercials yet? Nope, they're still doing commercials. Oh no, it's Johnny Knoxville bullshit. I really don't give a shit about this match. Yeah, I know G23. I see the. Does anybody care about Johnny Knoxville?
No.
Gun and barbecue. What about you?
What's that?
I asked if anybody cares about Johnny Knoxville,
Only in Jackass movies.
and not even then. I never got the big deal about all that stupid nonsense.
Oh, that's the whole thing. You said stupid nonsense. I love to laugh at stupid nonsense.
I don't find it funny.
You poor guy. Are they still going with commercials?
No, the commercials are over. I just haven't unmuted it yet because
Oh,
Sami
okay.
Zayn's entrance music sucks. Evening, Jason.
That's why I'm not saying much while you're actually talking during the match, because since I'm doing this mobile, I've got to flip between browser screens. I can't have two going at once.
Now you're not on your computer?
No.
Hey man, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sound okay?
You're a little low. You might want to go into settings and go to the audio tab, and if the automatic adjust mic volume is on, unclick that and use the slider to adjust your microphone volume a little bit. You know, here in StreamYard.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Needs more? Less?
No, you're good now.
Cool.
What the hell? He's trying to come out dressed like a Plastic Man or some shit. Looks like some kind of reject superhero. What the? Yeah, I'm not a Sami Zayn fan, but I hope he breaks his goddamn neck. Sammy hits him with his finisher right out the gate. Should have just pinned him right then and there, been done with it.
All right. So am I the only one that thinks somebody's going to interfere here, since it's anything goes and Sami Zayn's going to eat the pin?
I wouldn't be surprised. Remember, the whole point of this is to promote that stupid movie they got coming out, or already came out, or whatever the hell it is. Knoxville is the trash. Knoxville ain't taking out the trash. He is the trash. You are allowed to talk during the matches, barbecue. That's the whole point of a watch along. Yeah. They absolutely do have give to them. I've punched one and bent it before. What the hell's he talking about? Those aluminum cookie sheets don't have give. They have plenty of give. They bend very easily. If it were an actual stainless steel cookie sheet, that would be a different story. Excuse me, Pat McAfee. I was born in the 70s. How Pat McAfee probably was too. Or maybe early 80s. I don't know. How old is that son of a bitch anyway? maybe not. Well, when the hell did he play in the NFL? Who cares? He was just a punter anyway. Like he really counts.
McAfee is 34.
Oh, is he? I thought he was older than that.
No, I knew he was only a couple years older than me. So,
yeah. Did somebody just bite Sammy? They got mice in Dallas Stadium. Uh-huh. They didn't attach them to that table very well. They're falling off.
all right, this was as dumb when AEW did it back 2 years ago as it looks now.
It was done better on AEW because they weren't falling off the damn table. Jesus. Oh, he's playing cymbals. I always knew he was a monkey. All he needs is the goddamn key sticking out of his back. No, he didn't hit him very hard with that stop sign, did he?
Yeah, Rich. A metal stop sign to the spine.
That he basically gave him a light love tap with.
Well, he's doing better than Andy Kaufman.
Andy Kaufman wrestled quite a few people. But he may as well, as hard as he hit him with that metal stop sign, just hit him with a pillow.
Dude should be fighting Steve-O. I don't think he can hurt him.
They're talking about how the goggles went flying when they're clearly on his face still.
What up, Fiendo?
That was pretty good.
Who cares?
Who's the party boy?
I don't have the foggiest idea who the hell this is. Other than he looks like a complete total fool.
Like
Party boy is the guy that would dance around China or Japan or wherever they were in a pair of Speedos and like gyrate against people to see what they would do.
In the fuck?
Kind of like that.
Why is this happening? Next year, fucking Johnny Knoxville will go into the Hall of Fame. This is probably going to get the lowest score I ever gave a match. I'm just telling you that right now. I am not amused by this nonsense.
It was pretty cool he was able to body slam that guy, though. I mean, it sucked, but, it was cool that he was able to actually perform it.
That was a hard 3-foot drop.
Yeah, the little people, they can be incredibly strong because they got low body mass, but I mean low center of gravity and everything, but they're all mass. You know what
Well,
I
he's
mean?
also short to not dump the guy on his head to be able to actually turn him over completely.
Yeah.
Being that short was pretty cool.
But I mean, as far as being able to lift them and stuff, I mean, I've seen little guys like that lift an incredible amount of weight.
A wee little boot to the face.
There was a lot of that boot rubbing against a lot of his face right there. Just by the way.
I wonder if how Shorty is threw off Sammy's aim to where he hit him more than what he was supposed to. If he set off real pyro that hit Sammy, his ass would be on fire.
The ass blaster.
Mm-hmm. Wake me up when this is over.
This is like a true jackass match.
Yeah.
Taser.
Yeah, stun gun.
Now, dude, you can't use that. That is assault.
What the fuck? It sucks that this is live because I would love to fast forward it.
You know how much trouble you'd be in if you got in a fight with Johnny Knoxville? Like, you'd think he's a skinny, scrawny old man and it'd be easy to dust up real quick. But I've seen Butterbean punch that guy. I mean, Butterbean folded him up and almost killed him. But he still took a punch from Butterbean.
What in the hell do they got now? What the fuck? So idiotically fucking stupid. Okay, that I give that a 0. What about you, Kingpin?
Don't you ever ask me a question like that ever again.
Jason?
Fortunately for myself, I didn't watch all of it. I thought the leg to the nuts was pretty good. The dude getting trapped in a mousetrap, that's pretty sad. Wee Man was okay, but if I gotta give it a score, I'll give it a 1/4.
Barbecue?
I give it a negative 7 stars.
Yeah, that match was that match was a complete and total waste of space on the card. They could have put a U.S. or an Intercontinental Championship match in there and did more with what was available than that. MKGO, no comment. Yeah. I bet all the British wrestling sites tomorrow, pages on YouTube love that tomorrow when you go look at their reviews of it tomorrow.
Yeah, those are also the kind of people that hate mac and cheese and AR-15, so they can suck it.
Oh, so they're half Rick then. Remember, Rick hates mac and cheese.
He would probably love that match too.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know because the British tend to have a different sense of comedy than that. At least the ones that like Monty Python do. John Cleese probably look at that and like, what the hell was that? Oh, goody, more commercials.
Anybody know how much time that match just got? Because maybe it was so
Too
awful
much.
it seemed like it took forever. But I feel like that went longer than Lashley and Omos.
Yeah, it probably did. It felt like it did anyway.
However long it was, I want that part of my life back.
Yeah, I demand a refund. MKJO says that was gay.
I don't know if saying I can't believe that just happened is worse than saying I can believe that just happened. And
Uh,
it's a
in this,
tragedy either way.
yeah, in this instance, they're about the same thing.
Wow.
And like I said, next year, Johnny Knoxville will be going into the celebrity wing of the WWE Hall of Fame. Watch.
Let me fix this for you. You want to get Johnny Knoxville involved in your wrestling event because he's got a new movie coming out and, he can take a punch. Let him do some backstage battling. Or, let him come in to give out an award or pep somebody up and get choke slammed through a table or something like that. And then but having him put on that outfit and then wrestle in a ring like a match, that's stupid.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would call that a match. That was more of a live episode of Jackass.
Well, that's exactly my point. You can have that
Yeah.
live episode of Jackass in the locker room or in the parking lot somewhere. Or like I said, Johnny Knoxville's, cheering on his buddy who just got, something going on in the ring and he's, you know, giving somebody an award and then he gets choke slammed through the mat but an actual match was no, that's not good.
Yeah. And the best part is, if you notice, there were people in the crowd that were actually laughing at that shit.
And there's like 10 million things I could say that people do. So I'm just going to be quiet. But yeah, I noticed that there's a lot of people clapping and enjoying that nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Guns and barbecues back.
Is he? Well, you can add him back in.
I just did. Just like that.
That match made me want to rage quit, but I thought better of it.
It's people like
Not
that.
really. I'm having some connection issues.
Yeah, those people that were clapping and enjoying it, it's their fault that we'll see this again next year.
And since these two other guys are deaf, you sound like you're real far away from your mic, Jason.
Well, it sounds good on my headset. Sometimes, I mean, when the sound for the matches come on, yeah, he's going to you're going to turn your mic up a little bit more. I can't hear you over the pay-per-view, but when the pay-per-view sounds off, I can hear him just fine. It's like weird.
How about now?
That's the best sound so far.
I said holla if you hear me.
Yeah, turn it up a little bit more.
How about now?
Yeah, it's a lot better on my end. I don't know about Kingpin.
Sound okay? I just turned it up in StreamYard.
Yeah, that's what I told you to do in the first place. Yeah, it sounds good. On my end, it sounds good. Kingpin, sound good on your end?
How am I sounded, buddy?
Guess he's not going to answer you. No, he might have to be. He might be taking care of his dog. What about your end, barbecue? Jason, sound better now? We lost barbecue. Oh no, we lost Jason. Kingpin, you offended Jason so much he left.
That's all right. I don't like that guy very much anyway.
Hey, look, Sasha's back again. Yay. How long until she gets hurt? Anybody want to start an office poll?
I can't remember the girl's name anymore, but that track star chick smoking weed.
Hmm?
Hold on a second.
All right, is that any better now?
Yeah, you were better before. You were good before. Just Kingpin wasn't answering you. And now he's not there again, so he can't answer you now either. Getting your headset adjusted when you first get it's a pain in the neck. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of intros here because it's a fatal four-way tag team match. What the hell? Is this the Dominatrix team?
It's a Jack and Jill match, I guess.
Sorry about that.
Tim Kitchell says whips. Maybe this will be good after all.
Yeah, that's Shakari Richards' chick is the weed smoking track star.
Okay.
Oh, this is these two idiots. Is this the battle royal?
No, this is a tag team title match.
I think that our dude wrestles tonight, Jason. That one boy with the short blonde hair that likes to beat up on women.
I didn't know my neighbor was at WrestleMania.
There he is, right there. He got that cute little chick on a leash.
Yeah, this is the Dominatrix team. I said that already.
He should get deported back to East Germany.
Yeah, really.
Australia, actually.
I mean, Austria.
No, Australia.
Yeah, so that's in Austria. You know, Australians looking like that. I've seen pygmies before.
That's Africa.
I thought the pygmies lived in.
No, the Aborigines. The Aborigines live in Australia.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. The Aborigines.
God bless the pygmies.
There
Amen.
you go. All the starving children in Africa.
Damn, how many bitches is in this match?
8.
Both of them chicks are pretty cute. All of them got title belts?
No, just those two.
Technically, don't you mean 7?
Yeah. So, Rich is politically correct. He's woke.
No.
Them, thus, and ours are all made different than you are.
It was racist and made her smoke weed. Wait, this is another triple threat match?
No, this is a fatal four way.
Oh, so there's 4 teams. Check.
Uh-huh.
All right. What are they? The tag team champion chicks right
Yeah.
there? They both got.
Yeah, that are women's tag team champions, yeah.
Is the belt on the line? Is the
I
champion
was hoping that
on the
stupid
line?
music would have been over.
Can you hear me anymore, Rich?
Barely. I don't know if the other guys can hear you.
Are the belts up for grabs?
Yeah. What in the hell?
Don't put a mask over that butt, though.
Man, I can like barely hear Kingpin.
Yeah, I know. Say something now. I turned it down a little.
Yo.
Yeah, I can hear you better now that I turned it down. What about you, Jason? Can you hear him better now?
A little bit.
The sound is not, the volume is not very good on Peacock. It goes up and down on its own. I don't know if you guys have noticed that on your end. But at least it isn't all lagging like hell, like Money in the Bank last year.
I didn't know Marilyn Manson started wrestling.
Marilyn Manson's shorter than her.
Marilyn Manson's not that manly. Unless you mean the one with blue hair looks like Marilyn Manson. That's a little bit closer. Keep putting all that nasty stuff in your hair, and you're gonna have some alopecia like Jada.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't
I
too
see a
bad
new
right
team
there.
forming. The blonde-haired chick and this blue-haired chick are gonna team up. Oh, she pulled some Matrix stuff right there.
Mm-hmm. If this is under standard fatal four-way rules, it's a no DQ. She can get that whip out.
They could get naked too.
Huh?
They could get naked too.
Well, that would probably still be against the law.
Casey's used
All right,
to
yep.
that.
Sorry about that.
Ouch.
Who's the one in the white?
That's Carmella. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Man, it is full of carnage.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you were here for it or not, Jason, but this is going to be the most stupendous, unbelievable, earth-shattering night of sports entertainment ever.
Uh-huh. Thank you for the recap, Michael Cole.
It's certainly living up to the potential.
Yeah, the last match says otherwise.
Damn, dude, I bet that hurt your shoulder.
What the hell is that in the ring?
Ah, so close.
Uh-huh. Well, you knew she was going to kick out. She had her hands on her ass so she could push her off of her.
She couldn't help herself.
Just try that next time you see a real hot chick, Jason. Put your hands on her butt and be like, "Oh no, this is just for balance."
I'm just waiting for you to kick out, honey.
Oh my God, Sasha didn't get hurt.
She got the championship too.
Yeah. Well, she only hold it for one match. She never holds this championship longer than a match.
Yeah. She's the 750,000th time champion.
Yeah, by the way, that's not hyperbole. If you go look at her title reigns, said she's joined the main roster. It's like one day for each of the championships. Every time she's held the SmackDown or Raw Women's Championship, she's held it for like till the next event.
Yeah,
Like,
I thought normally like the next pay-per-view and she always drops it.
No, I'm talking like Raw or SmackDown after. I mean, she has some of the shortest title reigns in the history of the WWE.
It's called Queen for a Day. She's used to it.
I think she's had one successful singles title defense. All right, what do we give that one?
I guess I'll go first. Man, I'm gonna give that like a 3. There's a couple good moves here and there. For the most part, they kind of just ran around like kids at a sleepover party, just burning up energy. Sasha Banks has got a lot of good moves. I think she's talented, but I think she's just too small to be like a headliner, like a champion. So I don't know. I guess what I say 3. Yeah, I'll give it a 3.
Well, I thought it was pretty entertaining as the ladies' matches go. There was some good action. I liked it when all of them, the 3 in each corner, slammed down at the same time. I thought that was pretty good. So I'll be generous and I'm going to give them a 4.
What about you, Barbecue?
So, looking at this, large tag matches like this are hard to pull off and make good. I'm gonna go in between those two, 3.5.
I'm with MKJ on this one. After the Jackass match, a 7. But he says it was a 4 for him. Yeah, I'm gonna go 4.5. So yeah, after that Jackass match, man, anything looks good now. That was just god awful, and that just made this look like a better match. Maybe that's why they had the Jackass match before this match, to make this match look better. And they're back to doing commercials.
I'm still going to have to check out that show. That don't look too bad.
And now we're not even getting a commercial. Now we just got, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
What are you talking about? Yellowstone again, Jason?
Yeah.
Yeah, commercial was just on. I don't watch any TV. I haven't seen any interesting TV in years. So I might try that one out there.
Oh,
I haven't seen anything interesting in years.
We gotta
Hey,
give the
there's
people
Zeke.
what they want. Yeah, we gotta give the people what they want. So here's your kitty cam for the night, MKJO.
I watch Hogan's Heroes every night. That's pretty much it.
He just noticed that he's on camera and now he's looking around like, hey, wait a minute.
I watch stuff on like the History Channel and stuff, but all the other channels, yeah, maybe catch some sports news or something for a few minutes. But yeah, I don't use the TV at all, not even for my local news or weather or anything.
No, he's not the troublemaker, MKJO. He's the good one that just likes to lay in people's laps and then purr his little head off. The troublemaker's a striped tabby, and he's a little prick. Don't know where he's at right now. Let's see what we got now. No, we got to lead up into the match between AJ Styles and Edge going on right now. They just showed Edge kicking.
I didn't know Travis Tritt was still wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Alan Jackson looks rough.
It's a down home country match.
There you go.
They cut it just right as he hits the concerto. If they didn't want to show you him doing that, why'd they have him do it in the first place?
It's just too graphic.
Sure ain't living on love.
I still are trying to chill. Did he get his jukebox rocks?
Hey man, he's a Viking. If you've never seen Vikings on History Channel, Edge was on that show. So he actually is a Viking.
I watched the first half of the first season of that, and then was pissed off that it was there forever after that. The first half of the first season was like amazing, and then the second half of the first season wasn't, and the second season was not.
Yeah, it was like the last season or the season before the last season where he joined the cast. What the hell just happened?
Party's over. Everybody get out. All right. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. How's the song go?
I don't know. Just, you guys hear it okay?
That's a little low.
I have to keep adjusting the volume because the damn thing keeps alternating. That better?
Really, nobody's saying anything. So,
I could just barely hear it.
well, that's just the music in the background. We're not going to really be able to hear that thing great.
It's fine for me.
Yeah, if they're talking loud enough for the blind guy to hear, then it should be fine. Why is he
Yeah,
bleeding
right.
already? Would he cut himself shaving?
He's
I
already
don't
been.
know. I was wondering that my damn self. He's bleeding already. What the fuck? Match ain't even started, and he's already busted open.
His face looks like my fingers.
Probably had like a big pimple on his face. What's PI all about? Or P1 or whatever.
Phenomenal one.
If he was being serious, he'd add another one to that one and be repping some Travis B11. And
That's what the PA1 is. It's a phenomenal one. It's,
Doesn't that start with an F?
no, it's PH.
Patuka is spelled with a P, and that's pretty clear. I don't even know how to pronounce Travis's name, so.
That's one of them trick words like that's PH instead of an F. It's one of those words that they, invented just to screw you up on your spelling test in like second grade, third grade.
Uh oh, man. Building's on fire.
Told you he's a Viking.
What school did you go to where second graders were expected to spell phenomenal?
I said one of those PH words like on your spelling test, like phone or something like that.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I guess somebody's got to have like the dark evil entrance now that Undertaker's retired.
In the trench coat.
Mm-hmm. It does almost look Undertaker like, doesn't it? I can see the Undertaker wearing that jacket or coat, whatever you want to call it. And it's like it's got a coffin on the front of it if you look at the way that's shaped. Yeah, maybe MKJO asks paying homage.
battery. No battery. No battery.
Do they still ring the bell?
Yeah, they still ring the bell. That's how you know when this match actually starts.
Yeah, I know. I just haven't. I'm sure I've heard it. I just haven't been paying attention. I just now thought about it. Like, do they even ring the bell anymore?
Yeah, that's still a thing. And they still repeatedly ring the bell if somebody's jumping somebody after the match too, because that's going to do something.
Yeah, it's gonna call all the other super capable referees out of the out of the back.
Yeah, and all the jobbers for the local jobbers from backstage wearing security shirts.
Well, one guy got taken out by cops yesterday, right? Was that yesterday?
Yeah, a local and a deputy sheriff is what it looked like.
Are these guys supposed to not like each other for some reason?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what to deal with what's going on. I haven't been watching Raw or SmackDown because it's repetitive. Same thing every damn week lately.
It's because Nashville's not big enough for the two of them.
That's right.
Well, neither is Dallas.
Close enough. Same thing.
Both these guys are in their 40s. Haha, he tricked you. He tricked him again.
That's phenomenal.
It's absolutely phenomenal.
That one is the phenomenal one.
Mm-hmm.
Still think Travis P11 is better.
Yeah, but he lost to the Phenom in a match. So
Travis P11 wouldn't have lost.
I don't know if Travis could beat the Undertaker. That's a huge ask.
Hell yeah, he can. He'd shoot him.
Yeah.
Ain't no man too big for a bullet.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't
Except that
see
one great
SS
big-
Pawn sponsoring the Undertaker. Huh?
That's because Vince doesn't let guys have their own sponsors. There's a reason why Edge is a veteran. Yeah, because he's been doing it for a while. So is AJ. What's your point? that was like a dumb comment.
There's a reason why he's a veteran. He's old.
Yeah, same thing with AJ. I mean, it's not like AJ's a spring chicken who hasn't been doing this forever. Jesus Christ.
It's called experience.
AJ's a Hall of Famer too, just not a Hall of Fame that WWE recognizes. He's in the Impact Hall of Fame. Hey, they got the ropes straight tonight. Of course, they didn't have anybody cut him with a damn claymore tonight either.
You could just call it a sword.
Well, there's different kinds of swords, man.
Oh,
Like
I'm not.
you
I'm not
take a
saying-
rapier and you're not going to cut the ropes, and that's a sword.
I mean, you're not wrong. I haven't seen
Moose,
this move in a long time. I've
yeah,
always
Moose
liked
says there's no closer tonight. And that's okay. We're going to be going till probably midnight again anyway.
Hey, Moo, how's it going, buddy?
What's up, Moo?
Let's see. How much time does this say is left? Oh, about 2 hours. So, yeah. Trying to remember what matches are left. I can only think of one match that's left.
The Bootio's got a match coming up.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Brock Lesnar's got his match coming up.
Yeah, that's the only one I could think of was Lesnar versus Reigns. But yeah, you got the New Day versus who the hell are they fighting? No, Sheamus and Ridge Holland. But that's not 2 hours worth of matches. Well, as many commercials as they're showing, maybe.
Well, you got a cool half hour worth of commercials in that 2 hours.
Yeah, that's what I just
show
said.
piece.
Yeah.
So,
Got
There's
an hour
still-
of matches and an hour of commercials.
got to be at least one more match.
I can.
Are
find
they
out
still
real
going to do that? Are they going to do that Scott Hall tribute?
quick. No, I don't know.
And also guarantee before the
Austin
Yeah,
Theory
yeah,
versus
yeah.
Pat McAfee.
there's that too. But I was gonna say,
Yeah.
you can guarantee there's maybe a 15-minute video package before the Brock and Roman match.
Yeah.
Oh no, they don't have the New Day versus Sheamus and Ridge Holland on the card tonight. Was that yesterday and we just forgot about it?
No.
That's not on the card lineup tonight. So the only two matches that are left are the Austin Theory versus Pat McAfee match and Brock and Roman.
Hey,
Rob
Rob's
D's
out
joined
there.
us.
Man, he went flying into that one.
He ate a turnbuckle. I didn't see him do a George Animal Steel. I mean, he went about it all wrong if that's what he was trying to do.
Yeah, you got to take small bites, chewable bites.
Uh-huh.
Take one bite now and spit out the rest.
So how Moose says he lost $300 last night, and you're supposed to fill us in barbecue.
$300.
That's what he said, and you're supposed to be able to fill us in.
You probably convinced him to buy some barbecue stuff.
I wish. I know that he was trying to get Daddy Dutch to ride a Vespa and a Speedo and a boa, but that was only going to be like $100 deal from what I understood. I don't know what else is going on.
I hope he didn't buy a Glock and now he realizes he wasted all his money.
No, Glocks cost $600. All the spare parts to make them shootable cost the extra $300.
Well, no, after you do that, you're out $1,000 altogether.
I wasn't talking about the optic.
You know, because you got to buy a new slide, new sights, you know, new trigger. Basically, you got to buy a whole new pistol and assemble it yourself after you buy the Glock.
If I bought a Glock, I'd have to spend $300 on liquor just trying to forget what a mistake I made.
Apparently, Rob is under the impression that Moo had to bail you out of jail last night, barbecue. Yeah. Obnoxious isn't wrong. He said, get the shadows just. Sorry, what?
So what happens in jail stays in jail.
But Obnoxious isn't wrong. He said, get the shadow systems for $1K and call it done. Yeah, it's about the extent of it.
No, I think Moo may have been a really, really nice guy and purchased Elton John tickets for his wife.
He thought about it, but it didn't work very well. Elton John ticket, he said. You paid $300 for an Elton John ticket? What kind of moron are you?
Yeah, you didn't hear me just say that like 2 minutes ago?
No, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, okay.
Are you kidding me? Elton John. Damn, son, you should have just bought a Glock.
I'd go to an Elton John show if I didn't have to pay $150 for a nosebleed ticket.
Yeah, going to an Elton John concert would be all right, but not for $300.
I don't know. I feel like Elton John would be way better than the Glock.
Yeah, that's probably 2 tickets anyway for $300, unless he got one like mid-level ticket for $300. But
yeah, I mean, it's probably 1 ticket. I mean, have you seen the price of tickets lately?
That's what I'm saying. You could probably get 2 nosebleed seats for $300.
No, you get 1 nosebleed section for $300 to Elton John.
Well, also depends on where if he's going to be at that Dallas arena, those tickets probably, but if he's going to be at like a hockey rink, the smaller arenas, tickets are probably going to be higher.
Well, you're assuming Moo's going to go all the way to Dallas. He said general admission, $300 for a general admission ticket.
Where's it at? The community room at the fucking English nursing home?
$300 for 1 general admission ticket. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and that means first come, first serve, basically. So if you're the 100th person in the building, then you're standing in spot number 100.
Rob's got it right. He said Moo's a damn sucker. And remember when we were in high school and whatnot, and we used to think $20 was a lot for a ticket? Jesus Christ.
Man, I went to a 2 Saturday and Sunday concert with Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, Tesla, I think Warrant was there. Couple other bands. Everybody couldn't even think of Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction tour, and those 2 day tickets were like $35.
Yeah, I went to the Guns N' Roses Metallica show in '92, and it was $20 per ticket. 300 for a ticket? God damn! I ain't going to no goddamn concerts anytime soon.
Yeah, but this isn't any tour either. This is his farewell tour.
Moose says, "Hey, it gets her out of the house, so he wins." And then Rob says, "The things we do for peace and quiet." He's not wrong. Moose says it did put a dent into his new gun fund, though.
Oh God, you're breaking
And
my heart, Moo. I'll pray for you.
with the price of gas and groceries right now, I wish I could afford to have a new gun fund. So you got one on me on that one, Moo. Give you that anyway.
I just bought half a cow.
Yeah, man, these prices is killing me, man. I do every day. I go to the gas station and pretty much get what I need, and like, damn, man, a 12 pack of Pepsi's like $7.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just everything's crazy, man.
Yeah, like 2, 3 months ago, a 2 liter of RC would have been like 99 cents. Now it was $1.50 when we were at the store, and that was on sale.
At my gas station here, closest to me, a loaf of bread or the small, was it 6 or 8 pack of hamburger buns,
Mm-hmm.
either one of those that you want is $5.
Jesus Christ. The gas stations always charge you more anyway.
Well, this is like a everything store, but
Mm-hmm.
it's like the only thing on this whole side of town, man. Like, it's everybody goes there, but man, they're killing us.
We actually paid less for a gallon of milk than a gallon of gas the other day.
Yeah, I just got milk on my way home at this same gas station, and a gallon was $5.99 or $6.99, not sure.
Dude, we went to Walmart yesterday and got a gallon of milk for $2.79. My wife filled up the tank. It was $3.87 a gallon. We paid less for a gallon of milk than a gallon of gas. When's the last time that's been a thing?
Huh. I think we're just under $4 here, like $3.97 or something.
I mean, when was the last time you go to the store and you pay less for a gallon of milk than a gallon of gas?
When's the last time you went to the store and you could buy beer cheaper than you could buy Pepsi?
Yeah, that too.
Ah, Rob's got an empty nest.
No, you need to buy both, Rob. Tickets and knives.
Actually, these two are putting on a pretty good match. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, they're both good. Are we going to get another superplex off of the ring apron? That happened in the ROH show the other night too. Not with the velocity of yesterday, but ooh, that would have been that's harder than if he would have did it to the floor.
That's a nasty backbreaker.
Yeah, the corner of that ring is steel. If you've ever seen when they're putting the ring together, the reason why they always say that's the hardest part of the ring, that's a steel beam that goes across there that the plywood bolts down to.
With the move that we just saw happen, I would have been happy with a double count out there. Just would have made sense. That's a hard bump, superplex to the outside, catch the ring apron.
Yeah.
But of course, they get up at 9 and hurry up in real quick. Like, what the hell?
Well, did you see the one yesterday, barbecue? I forget whose match it was, but they were doing a move over by the ring ropes, and it turned into like a suplex over the top rope really fast, like a snap suplex to the outside.
No, I
Both
didn't catch
guys,
that.
yeah, both guys. It was like a snap superplex to the outside. It was like crazy how fast they were moving when they both hit the floor. He hit the Styles Clash. Now it is WrestleMania. Is he going to kick out? Yep.
Ooh, damn, that was close. That wasn't even a kick out. That was like a shoulder lift up.
Mm-hmm. But it's WrestleMania. One finisher doesn't work. What is he doing there? Oh, speared out of midair. Damian Priest didn't do anything but stand there with a stupid look on his face. How come Edge only has to hit one finisher? Is it because he's Edge?
Well, clearly that was a super finisher because, regular spear would have him just on the ground, but he caught AJ Styles midair with that spear, so it's a super spear.
Oh, is that what it is?
Sounds good.
Okay.
I don't know.
See, until you said that, I was going to buy it, but I know what it is. It's a combination of two finishers because AJ was going for his finisher at the same time Edge hit his finisher. So there was the collision of one finisher into another finisher, and it just made it that much more potent.
Plus, then you got the story of Edge getting the win off the distraction, and of course, we got to end it that way then.
Mm-hmm. Yep. MKJO said he's heading out, so have a good night, MKJO.
See you, MKJO.
MK. Have a good one, man. Thanks for hanging out.
See you, man.
So these two working together now? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I guess so.
AJ got robbed.
Well, he didn't really do anything. He just stood there with a dumb look on his face, and AJ just kept paying attention to him. I mean, no, he just stood there like that. He wasn't even standing looking at turned to the ring. He just stood there. Yeah, if somebody standing there is enough to distract you, then you deserve to lose. Yeah, righty. What do we think of that one?
I thought that was a pretty good match, man. I really did. I thought it was good. Best one so far of the night that I've seen. Kept wondering who was going to win this one. I mean, it's awful tough to beat Edge. And I don't know. I just somehow was just kind of hoping AJ would beat him. So, a little disappointed on that. But it was a good match, I thought. So, I'm going to give this one like a 8.5.
All right. How about you, Barbecue?
I don't know. I felt it went on a little long. Didn't care for the finish. Could have done without the distraction. They're having a good match. Why you had to add in the distraction angle, that kind of took away from it for me. So I'm gonna go with a 6.5.
Kingpin?
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 5. The moves were pretty good. The action was pretty good. It was way too long, and the distraction thing at the end was kind of dumb.
Yeah. I'm going to split the difference between Barbecue and Jason, and I'm going to say a 7. I didn't think it was all that bad, and he really didn't do much to distract anybody. It was just the whole thing where AJ was distracted is kind of stupid because AJ's been in matches where the guy had a manager outside the ring and was doing a hell of a lot more than what Damian Priest was doing. So it's just distracted by what? A guy just standing there doing nothing? But yeah.
I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Okay. Hey, are we going right into the next match? No commercials? My God, I think we are. Is hell frozen over? Hey, look, it's a match that Jason didn't say was going to be on the card. But we all knew it was. I guess there's supposed to be a British street gang from the 1800s.
Yeah, or Irish street gang.
Well, only Sheamus is Irish.
Yeah, but no good British gang would have that redheaded. I don't even know what's a derogatory term for an Irish person.
Mick.
Mick is okay. That's what I was gonna say. That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. Well,
Ooh, that's where he broke his neck, by the way.
yeah, man, that sucks.
Mm-hmm. But you saw how they were like right there where the medical staff was and everything, so he was able to get assistance really quickly.
I'm a little surprised that they replayed that.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, I don't like to show stuff like that over and over again, especially on the biggest show of the year.
I wonder if they showed that because it plays into they're playing that in as the angle
The
for this match.
storyline.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
they're
wondering
both
myself.
just like Big E. Neither one of them fill that outfit out properly, do they? They're both a little too little to be wearing that Big E outfit and making it, look right. Just, I don't know. Just looks weird on them.
Who's going to be there?
That's something else that I've not been a fan of lately. Why the heck are small packages of schoolboys like the kryptonite for all wrestlers now?
Because it's the most devastating move in sports entertainment.
Today it is. Oh my god, it makes me sick anymore.
Butch. No, that's Pete Dunne. They just decided to start calling him Butch. Absolute stupid renaming of somebody. We're going to name you Butch. It just sounds so lazy, right? I mean, his whole career, the guy's been known as Pete Dunne. Gets onto the main roster. We're changing your name to Butch. As loose as that outfit's fitting Kofi, he might be wearing Big E's outfit.
Why is that dude dressed like it's the Great Depression?
Oh yeah, you stepped away. We were making a joke that they're in 1800s British street gang, running around the Whitecastle neighborhood or Whitechapel neighborhood.
Why is he beefing with his own boys?
He was picking him up to keep him from so that they didn't get disqualified.
Yeah, but he was also keeping that Slimmy from punching that dude too.
Christ. This is so stupid. Not as stupid as the Jackass match, mind you. But oh, that was quick. Got an hour and a half to kill. We have a 2-minute match.
Okay, so remember how I said that video package is going to be 15 minutes? I'm going to move that up to a 30-minute video package.
All right. They had to save time for commercials and video packages somehow.
Let's say, and I should say it's not going to be a 30-minute video package just with one thing. Like they're going to showcase Lesnar, they're going to showcase Reigns, they're probably going to showcase the Usos. They're going to talk with Lesnar. They're going to talk with Heyman. Then they're going to have the build-up package of what's been going on for the last 3-6 months, something like that.
That was short and dumb. So, Jason, what's your score on that? If it was even long enough to give a score?
You know what? I'm going to give this one a 5. It was quick. Action was pretty quick, even though there wasn't a whole lot going on. A few kicks was about it. I don't really care for Sheamus, so if they can have like a 2-minute match with Sheamus, that'd at least get a 5 in my book.
Barbecue, what score would you give that?
So going back to the video package play before the match, you got them showing Big E getting his neck broke again, which we're like, maybe they're gonna tie it into the match. Then New Day comes out looking like they're probably swimming in Big E's singles or something. Then we essentially have a squash match. So yeah, let's fight for Big E's honor. Okay, we got our asses kicked. That makes total freaking sense. Um, 4.
Kingpin?
0.
Oh, come on, man. That was better than the Jackass match.
Not much.
No. His answer when you asked him about the Jackass match was, "Don't you ask me something like that again."
This is true. But come on, man. The Bootios guys got beat. You got to be happy about that anyway.
0.
But they
Zero,
support
just like the
Midnight
shape
Range.
of the boot. Oh, yeah, what was that, barbecue?
I say, but the New Day supports Midnight Range. They love
Negative.
pancakes.
-10.
You just made it worse. So, so I was just going to say that. So 0, like the shape of a bootio.
Why hasn't Super Mario sued them for that little entrance where they play little Studio Mario Brothers?
I don't know. Hell, they came out dressed as Dragon Ball Z characters the one WrestleMania. So.
Probably because it falls under parody.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I'll give it a 4. It was better than the Jackass match, that's for damn sure. And it was a lot shorter than the Jackass match. It's almost like it was there because it had to be there because it was on the card.
See you, Rob.
Yeah, Rob's out. Okay, later, Rob. Have a good night.
Adios, Rob.
He says he's got work to do. That's too much information, man. We don't need to know all that. It looks like Saxton is going to take the place of what's his face, McAfee. So we're not going to have Pat McAfee calling his own match from inside the ring. Now, what was funny in the old wrestling games, if you were playing as a classic Jerry Lawler would be calling his own wrestling match. And speaking about himself in the third person. That had to have been fun when he was recording the voiceover for that game. I forget which one of the games that was. Still having connection issues, barbecue.
Yep.
Why are they going over to Hall of Fame shit again when they just did that last night?
Yeah, I'm going to check out here pretty soon.
Okay.
This is the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's exactly what they did last night. Why are they doing it 2 nights in a row?
So my question is, we saw this last night. All the people that are there live, are they watching this on a Jumbotron?
No, they're watching this live. They're doing it again.
What?
Yeah, they're doing it again.
Zero.
That's why I said, why are they doing this again? They did it last night. Now they're doing it again.
I was trying to give him some play and figure they were just showing it on the Jumbotron for the people who didn't attend last night's show. But you got to figure there's a large portion of those people that bought 2-night tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Bet you those tickets cost more than $300.
Oh, I'm sure they probably did. It's like Super Bowl tickets. You're lucky you get a ticket for $300. You got to pay for. You got to buy these tickets a year in advance, or you don't get one. No joke. I think the tickets for next year's WrestleMania go on sale starting tomorrow.
But hell, man, last night you got to see Stone Cold after 19 years. I mean, whatever the tickets were, they were worth it.
What is the point of this?
The only thing I can think is for the people who didn't show up last night.
We get it. Undertaker's retired. You know, he wins the Hall of Fame. You know what? Triple H retired earlier tonight too, and he didn't get all this.
Oh, Triple H got quite a bit. That was really long and drawn out for him to be like, thanks, and drop the mic and leave.
I know, right? Okay, bye, Mark.
He was probably worried about getting zapped by his pacemaker live on air. We got all emotional and choked up. Heart would have started racing, and then whack, pacemaker goes off. Did you guys notice how he was walking though?
Yeah.
Like, oh man.
Yeah, he looked good and broke up.
Hell, it's Dead Man Walking. He's doing all right for a dead guy.
Okay.
That's true.
He walks better than Joe Biden. Didn't look like he had a load in his pants. It's always a plus. And we're back to commercials, by the way. I swear to God, for a paid streaming service, there's more commercials on here than if you were watching something on television.
Can't escape it, man.
A commercial for the show that you're watching.
Oh yeah, I've seen that with regular television. You know, you sit there and watch Arrow, and there's a commercial come on for Arrow. It's like, what the fuck? That's what I'm watching.
Commercials shape the culture, man. You know,
Wait a-
everybody says TV's called programming for a reason. The TVs aren't what indoctrinate people. The commercials are.
Okay, who the hell's that guy? Oh, somebody from Yellowstone.
It's Jeffrey White, thank you.
I don't know who the fuck he is.
You read?
No, I can't read.
No, I'm sorry. How rude of me. I apologize.
Yeah, how dare you just assume I can read? What's wrong with you?
I'm white supremacist bigot.
That's Jeff, Jeph.
Phenomenal.
I don't know how phenomenal he is, but yeah. To each his own.
This is the dude with the back. Oh, yeah, I hate this guy.
Mm-hmm.
How do you hate Pat McAfee? Pat McAfee's amazing.
Oh gosh.
Zero.
I have no idea who he is.
Remember, Barbecue also thinks Jackass is funny, so yeah.
Now that you said something about it, I remember he used to kick the football,
Yeah, he was a punter.
but like with him running his mouth on the side, he's annoying.
Is it Ray Fickle?
Finkel is on one. Hey, hey, Jason, you got any more of that gum?
No, I don't, and I ask you to mind your own business. Okay, so this dude's been messing with this Pat guy a whole bunch then.
Mm-hmm. Apparently.
And apparently, Finkel likes to stand on top of the tables.
Laces out, Vince. Laces out.
He kind of looks like Triple H's brother in the face.
Yeah, he does.
You know what this reminds me of? The what they were just showed in the video clip. The story, I guess, the story they're talking about. The rich kid who's got the super rich daddy that bullies everybody because if his daddy will just cover for whatever he does, and then at the end of the movie or TV show gets his ass kicked by the guy he was bullying the whole time.
So which one's the bully? The pack of
Oh, obviously Austin Theory.
That's the other guy.
Yeah.
I
You know,
guess Vince is his daddy.
Yeah, the way he kept running to Vince's office. Yeah, Vince is the billionaire rich guy dad who controls the town, you know.
It's the real head of the table right there.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's hurt too. See him just grabbing at his crotch.
That's just Vince being Vince.
Hey, it might be Vince being 80 too.
Yeah, he kind of reminds you of Ronald Reagan, don't he?
Hey man, he's a genetic jackhammer with grapefruits.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely Ronald Reagan a foot taller.
Do we want to listen to Vince?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll listen to him for a couple minutes and I'm just going to cut out. So I'm just going to say peace to everybody now and then I'll just drop out.
All right,
Have a
later,
good one,
Kingpin.
man.
Have a good night.
Very nice.
Did he just call him the future Universal Champion? God, is Michael Cole saying what I was just saying? God damn it. Uh-huh. Why in the hell does he got the Cowboys cheerleaders coming out with him when he played for the Colts?
They are in Dallas tonight, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that would explain it.
Yeah, they're at the Cowboy Stadium.
Well, they did the cheerleader thing last night. Gotta do it again? Well, Jason didn't get to see it last night, so
Yeah, all I saw was the TSU band.
is he gonna punt the Cowboy football? Somebody got a souvenir football.
Hey, that was a pretty good one.
Yeah, that's one way to stop somebody from punching you. They're gonna keep punching you, hit him in the throat. almost like Byron doesn't know whether he should cheer or not because he keeps looking over at Vince. The chairman sitting in a chair, ironically enough.
That's kind of self-explanatory, Rich.
No. Oh, he's the chairman, so he's got to guard the chair, right? Is that what a chairman does? Guards the chair?
Yeah.
Okay. That doesn't get annoying enough at a football game. They got to break out doing it at a wrestling event too now. Am I the only one that's over 12 Nation Army or 7 Nation Army, whatever the fuck it is, or is it just me? I am so over that song. I mean, it was cool when it came out, but god damn, it's everywhere. Still, 20 years later. Ah, come on. McAfee's competed in NXT's War Games before. This ain't his first match. He was the punter. You know, as a punter in high school, saying that he played in a Super Bowl when he was the punter isn't really saying anything. I mean, it's not like he was playing linebacker.
Yeah. It's not like Super Bowl teams punt a lot. Now, like a punter for Cleveland or something, he's the hardest working guy on the team.
McAfee's calling his own match. He's got the headset on. I still think it would have been funny if he'd had like one of those little wireless headset things and was calling the match from inside the ring. I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. Anybody else know what he's thinking?
I just noticed he's wrestling with a gold necklace on.
Oh, a lot of guys do that. The ones that get me are the ones that wrestle with like nose rings and shit.
What's his finishing move, man? Does he like kick you real good or something?
I'm not sure what his finisher is. That may have been it.
Did he just try to do a swanton?
Yes, he did. He had good form on it. It's just theory got out of the way. He'd have done Jeff Hardy proud if he'd have hit it.
Honestly, I felt like he did it a little bit better than Jeff Hardy. 'Cause, I mean, he waited so long to add into rotation.
Mm-hmm. Well, McAfee wasn't talking to Vince McMahon, so he didn't make the exact same mistake. Well, for crying out loud, the guy is not. It's not like he hasn't been in the ring before. He has wrestled in NXT. It's like Michael Cole doesn't realize this. Wow, that was impressive.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad right there, man. Did he go all the way to the top rope in a leap?
Yeah, he leapt all the way up to the top rope.
Well, don't forget he just did a backflip off the top rope, landed on his feet too.
Yeah,
That was pretty impressive in itself.
yeah, that swanton. I mean, if he would have hit, I mean, that, like I said, the form on it was very good. It's just the, what's his face got out of the way of it. Pat McAfee and the team he had in War Games defeated the Undisputed Era. So, I mean, why anybody would think that he wouldn't be able to beat Austin Theory, I don't know. That was back when Undisputed Era had all the gold in NXT, too. Took too long. Vince isn't happy. That look on Vince's face.
Priceless.
There's got to be some kind of angle that's going to happen now. Vince is still just sitting there. What?
They gonna go at it again?
Is Vince gonna get in the ring? Damn, Vince is sweating a lot. Did Vince forget his deodorant? See that sweat stain under it? Look at.
It's hot in Texas.
It's an indoor stadium, man. It's air conditioned. Vince got his ring gear on underneath. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're actually going to do this?
That is Ronald Reagan, ain't it?
Oh my god. This, I think we may have just hit the dumber than Jackass match. The crowd literally actually showed you still got it. No, he doesn't. He's just the boss. And he's a 70-some-year-old man. I thought he was going to kiss him for a second.
Vince got some old school moves to him, don't he? They're singing your song, Rich.
Uh-huh. Where's Stone Cold with the beer truck? Just, wow, the referee's a genius. He figured out that this isn't a football game. All right. Which match do we give a score to?
You have to divide it up into two, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like we got to score both.
All right, I'll go. Uh, the first one I didn't really care for, but I give it extra for the dude leaping all the way to the top rope. So the first match was about a 6 for me. Just wasn't feeling it. But I like the little Vince episode here, man. I enjoyed this little thing he just put on right here. So I'll give this one a 7.5.
For barbecue?
Um, Actually, I'm going to be in that same ballpark as Jason there. Uh, McAfee's athleticism was impressive because I've never gotten to see him actually wrestle. I knew that he has a couple times now, but never got to watch his matches. Um, really impressed with the Swanton because, like I said, at first I thought he was just going for a splash. Then he rolled it. I was like, "Oh snap!" He went, "Is that a Swanton?" I was like, "Holy cow!" And he, like I said, he put that rotation in so late there. Um, yeah, I was gonna say a 7 for the first match. As far as the thing with Vince there, can we just give it an honorable mention, Ruben?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah, that's a good one. Honorable mention. Yeah.
Because it wasn't really a match. It was more of an angle disguised as a match.
100%. Which I am intrigued to see what the heck they're going to be going and doing with this now.
Uh-oh. We're not done.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Michael Cole. We haven't figured that out for
Are we
ourselves.
about to have an impromptu tag match?
I don't think McAfee's out there still.
Dang, what a fucking leap.
No, there's a sentence I never thought I'd hear. Austin stuns Austin.
Oh, that was a top 10 leap when he got the stunner.
Uh-huh. He sold that like a sumbitch.
Oh, here we go again. Have a beer with Vince.
Yeah. Because Vince doesn't learn.
A toast, a kick, and a stunner.
Mm-hmm. Boom. Vince is like, no.
Vince tried to run away from
And
him.
Austin's laughing his ass off. Ugh. Like kicking a mud hole in McMahon.
I'm already rating this one a 10.
Jesus Christ, Stone Cold got 4 beers now?
Well, he's going to spill 2 of them.
Is he going to stun McAfee? Oh, man.
10.5.
He's stunning everybody. He just threw McMahon's shoe. He's not Ric Flair. He just called him the dirtiest player to ever play the game. No, that's Flair, not Austin.
Vince probably needs his shoe back, man. Unless
You
he brought extra shoes.
It's out there in the stand somewhere.
Motherfucker, where's my shoe?
Those weren't cheap, son of a bitch. Remember,
Man,
Reigns and Lesnar got to wrestle in that ring still.
I was gonna say now they gotta clean up again after last night, tonight.
McAfee laying there drinking a beer.
Must be good
Whoa!
beer.
Austin almost fell on his ass.
Yeah, 2 nights in a row. He probably is pretty happy, dude.
All right, that changes the dynamic a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think we just saw the whole angle.
Mm-hmm. So, anybody want to modify their score?
Yeah, I already gave us a 10.5. I mean, you gotta love Stone Cold versus Vince, man. They had so many good ones, man. And for him to come out again tonight and do it, I loved it, man. That was the best part.
I was almost waiting for Austin to come out during the whole fiasco
Yeah, that's
with
what I thought.
McAfee and
I thought
Vince.
I thought he was going to come out during the match between Vince and McAfee, at least get Austin Theory out of the way,
Which would have made sense. So we just saw 3 stunners.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, we probably shouldn't score Vince's because he's never been able to take the stunner well. But I had a theory of McAfee would just score him.
Oh, I think McAfee took it the best. I mean, he gets stuttered and then he's outside the ring drinking a beer.
Oh yeah, if you throw in the beer, but just taking the move itself.
Uh, it depends. Do you want if you prefer the comedic sell of it, then you got to go with theory, obviously. But if you want the more serious,
That's
believable,
true. Yeah.
you got to go with McAfee.
Let's say I did like Theory's sell of it. I mean, I was always a fan of when the Rock would take it and bounce all over the place. But with the way McAfee took it, that was very Shawn Michaels esque. Back when Stone Cold and Shawn Michaels squared off. What was that, WrestleMania? I'm trying to remember which one that was.
Shit, I don't know.
That was in like '97. It was like right after Montreal Screwjob.
Yeah, I don't know which one that
I
was.
can't remember which one that was.
I wasn't watching WWE then, so I don't know.
Either way, I just remember, Austin hit that stunner, and it's just the way McAfee took that. It was almost the exact same, I think.
It was a good angle. I'll give him that. I just wish Stone Cold would have came out before that.
The reason I was wondering if we were gonna get an impromptu tag match, because Steve was in his knee braces.
Mm-hmm. Well, he usually is when he comes out wearing his shorts like that at one of these events.
Yeah, because somebody's getting a stunner at that point.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna be really surprised if he didn't give McAfee a stunner.
Well, last night KO got a stunner and Byron Saxton got a stunner.
What the hell did Byron Saxton get a stunner for?
He was dumbass and got in the ring. There's your answer. I mean, he was a dumbass and got in the ring with Stone Cold and thought he was going to drink a beer with him.
Well, that'll do it.
Yep. And the best part is 2 WrestleManias ago, when the one where they still weren't having crowds, he got stunned by Austin too. So it's 2 out of the last 3 WrestleManias, Byron Saxton has gotten a stunner from Stone Cold. Well, we might get a 15-minute of playback and then a half-hour match. They actually killed a decent amount of time with that angle, the match, and then the second quasi match, and then the angle with Austin at the end. Yeah, definitely a sentence I never thought I would hear was Austin just stunned Austin.
So how much time is left?
Oh, about 40 minutes, give or take. It is 11:19 on the East Coast.
Yeah, so I could see a 10-minute video package still happening.
Yeah.
Was not planning on the whole McAfee theory thing being this long.
No, especially with how short the one before that went with New Day, Sheamus, and Ridge Holland. Maybe that's why they cut that short, because they knew how long that angle was going to be. Maybe something else went long, so they had to cut that short.
Perhaps. Let's say, well, I'm sure we'll hear about it on the dirt sheets tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
New Day match gets cut short because this went long. Oh, maybe we should have just never had the fucking Johnny Knoxville match in the first place.
Mm-hmm. You guys were thinking that AJ and Edge match went long, so maybe they ran over a little bit with that match.
Yeah, like I said, if they could have cut even 5 minutes off that match and done without the distraction at the end, which I mean, the only thing that was a distraction was AJ allowing it to be a distraction, but nonetheless, they did that whole angle. But I'd have really enjoyed that match if it wasn't for those two things.
And this is one of the things that sucks about Vince deciding to do all their events with Peacock and getting rid of the WWE Network stateside. You go overseas, the only place that they don't have the WWE Network anymore is the United States and Canada. Every other country still got the WWE Network, which is owned by them, so they wouldn't have to worry about time constraints. On Peacock, they got to worry about time constraints. But then if they didn't do it on Peacock, we probably wouldn't be watching it right now either. So there's that too.
True story.
I don't expect you guys to pitch in and help pay for these things every month, like Buck and Kingpin have done with 2 of the AEW pay-per-views.
It wouldn't be a bad deal.
Well, there's talk that AEW is trying to get a pay-per-view service going, and that was one of the reasons why they bought Ring of Honor. Because Ring of Honor has their own pay-per-view streaming service, rather. And they got all of Ring of Honor's video library, which Vince is probably pissed off about because he was wanting to buy that.
Yep. That's the thing. Like, that's the only thing WWE was interested in was the video library.
Oh, yeah, because that's got all of Kevin Owens' old matches, Seth Rollins' old matches.
Mm-hmm. Samoa Joe.
Bryan Danielson.
Yep. Punk. I mean, you name it.
Yep. A lot of guys that have come through WWE. And a few of them that are over in AEW now.
Yep.
So, predictions? Who wins?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask that. Brock.
You're going with Brock. What about you, Jason? Who wins?
Nah, Roman Reigns wins this one.
I think it's going to be a toss-up. I don't know who to call on this one, to be honest with you, because this is what the third time, other than when Rollins interfered in their match, that these guys have met at WrestleMania and have each won one. So this is like the rubber match, and it's for all the gold.
So, how about this, Jason? Why do you think Roman?
I just do. It's just my feeling. I'd rather see him win. I imagine this will be a long, good match. They'll both get beat pretty good, and they'll do something. One of these other two dudes here in the background will clobber Lesnar with a chair or something, and Reigns will just lay his arm over him and get the 3 count.
See, I was thinking something similar, where somebody's going to get involved, whether it's Heyman or one of the Usos, but I feel like it's probably going to end up hurting Roman. Perhaps, Rich and I were talking about this before, the Usos walk away from the head of the table, and in the process that jerks Roman over. But if they have Brock take the fall, I don't see where they go from here. Brock loses clean or something, they got nothing. Roman takes the fall, even if he lost clean, he can come back. One, because he's heel, so he can make all the excuses he wants, etc. But they could extend this out to WrestleMania WrestleMania out to SummerSlam, because right now, who the heck else do they have set up to go into the spot next?
Cody.
I don't know about that.
He beat Rollins last night.
Yeah, but to throw him right into the title mix.
You don't think beating Rollins would do that?
Well, I mean, WWE would do that, but I don't think that.
Rollins has held the title more than
Oh, I
Roman
know.
has.
I realize that, but is Rollins' position where he could be right now anytime?
Oh yeah, if they could throw Rollins back into the main event at any time they want. That they keep him for that purpose. I mean, it's just right now you've had Roman, Lashley, McIntyre, and Brock, but Rollins has been right there on the periphery this whole time, just waiting for a chance to get back in there.
All right, so let's say they go with Cody. What's the story? I mean, is it just hey, because this is assuming that Brock loses, I'm here to get the one title my father never had, which I guess that would work, because it doesn't have to have anything personal against Roman at that point. It's hey, I'm here for that belt.
That's exactly why he said he went back to WWE to finish what his dad didn't.
And that's why I brought that up. So
yeah,
I don't know. I guess I could see that.
You got second generation versus second generation.
Yeah.
Excuse me, third generation.
Yeah, I thought Roman was third generation, but
second versus third, yeah. So yeah, there are stories that they could play off with throwing Cody right in there, especially with him having beaten Seth last night. That could be the impetus for Cody instantly going into the main event scene.
So then where does Brock go? Brock just go back to Saskatchewan?
Brock does Brock. And don't forget, in 2-3 months, we got Money in the Bank.
Yeah.
And Brock has won that in the past.
He has. But I could just easily see them putting Cody into that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different paths they could go.
Yeah.
They could, if not throwing Cody in right away, they could throw Seth in there. I mean, even with his having the loss last night, it was a competitive match. So, I mean,
yep,
it isn't like somebody hasn't lost a match and then the next month was the main, number one contender.
Yeah, I'm still thinking Brock's going over tonight, and if there is any shenanigans to be had, I feel like it's probably going to be on Heyman's behalf.
Yeah. And keep in mind, Brock has been around for a few months now. He may be ready to take some time off and go work his farm.
Let's say, yeah. Did you catch when Brock was on the Pat McAfee show? When was that? A month or two ago, something like that.
No, I did not.
Oh man, that was such a great interview. Brock's just talking about, he's like, I just wanted to be away from people, so he went. He was talking about like he couldn't even just go buy land in Saskatchewan, like because he had to be a Canadian citizen first or something, so he had to go do that, and he's talking about everything. Then he's like, we started doing the farm thing. He's like, then I was hunting, then I was killing enough animals. He's like, what the heck am I going to do now? So he just opened his own butcher shop because he's like, I need to be able to butcher my animals. So he's like, just one thing after another kind of fell in place. It was, like I said, it was a good interview. I really, earlier this week, McAfee had on Randy Orton. That was awesome to hear Orton talking about everything that's happening for him now.
Trying to hit the unmute button and it didn't want to unmute. I don't know about that, honestly. It was in Jericho versus The Rock versus Austin at WrestleMania for the first unified World Heavyweight Championship.
Rock and Stone Cold went at it 2 or 3 WrestleManias, didn't they?
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but maybe I'm a bit of a wrestling fud. But does this really top Hogan versus Andre?
Michaels versus Undertaker, 1 or 2, take your pick.
Oh, those are just probably the two greatest matches of all time. But as far as hype and everything goes, like there's hype there, but I still don't think it topped Andre and Hogan.
Christ, go all the way back to the first WrestleMania. Hulk Hogan and Mr. T versus,
Yeah,
you know,
I was
Orndorff
thinking
and Piper.
Mr. T and Piper.
Yeah. I mean, that's what started it all. So Lesnar's going to introduce himself. Now, you know Lesnar's having fun because he has never done this before.
that's what I'm talking. I mean, he's white hot. He's got to win.
But that's when you have him lose. Well, one's a world title and the other one's a universal title. It's a space title. You remember when they unveiled the universal title was because that the world wasn't big enough? That we're all a universe and that this was for the fans?
It's the woke champion.
Roman looks confused. Yes, he is. He's fought Lesnar multiple times.
You know, there's something I didn't think of till just now.
What's
They're
that?
unifying the titles.
Yeah.
The winner will have to be on Raw and SmackDown.
Uh-huh.
Brock's not working that much.
Remember who ununified the titles the last time they had the titles unified?
Not offhand.
Okay, Jericho unified them. Lesnar ununified them. Because
Oh,
he
did
said
he?
he would only work SmackDown.
So, but then again, with how much fun Lesnar's having right now, I don't know. I'm still gonna go with Lesnar.
He's been working both shows.
Yeah, like I said, I'm still gonna go with Lesnar, but I'm having a little bit of doubts now just because. But then again, I mean, I guess they could have him. Oh heck, we're just talking about Money in the Bank. These two square off again at Money in the Bank. Cody won the briefcase. Boom, Cody comes out after Money in the Bank, cashes in.
Here's what
Sorry,
Brock
not
gets
laughing at you. I'm laughing at Heyman. I don't know if you heard Heyman. He's begging for his life.
It's all a distraction, man. It's all a
It
distraction.
wasn't me. It was all Roman's idea. Please, no. It'll be Brock. It wasn't me. It was Roman. It was all Roman's idea. He sounded just like the cowardly flunky who turns on the one guy in the movies. Or like Sully in Commando. Remember when you said you were going to kill me last Matrix? I lied. Ah!
So, Jason, how confident are you in your pick?
Oh, I'm still confident. Roman Reigns gonna win this.
You want to make a gentleman's wager since we're still early on?
Sure, I'm game.
Okay. Loser buys the other guy a pair of 1911 grips from Lock. Whatever they pick out.
Maybe from VZ. I don't like any of the lock grips.
I can go with VZ. That's cool.
Do you get a 1911? It needs some grips.
Oh, I've got like 8 of them, dude.
It needs some grips.
What's that?
You got one you're wanting to change grips on?
Probably my Dan Wesson. That came with aftermarket grips on it. They're actually VZ grips on it, but I'm not a fan of them.
What color you want?
I have no idea. I just figured, it'd be fun to make a wager with you.
No, you could always just have loser buys the winner the grips of their choice. Like if you want lock grips, barbecue, he buys you the lock, and then if he wins and he wants the VC, you get him the VC grips.
Oh, true story. We could do something like that too.
What's a pair of lock grips?
What's that?
What's a pair of lock grips?
I don't know, honestly. Last time I looked at them, I think they're like $50 or so.
The VZs I was looking at like 77.
So yeah,
they got all different styles at VZ.
Yeah, I say I just heard everybody talk about Lock recently, so I've been looking at those to try out a pair. I wish I had more options though, as far as because I got 1911 stuff, but not much in the way of revolver grips.
Yeah.
The good news is this match won't be ruined by somebody having the briefcase. One, the guy that had it last is out with his neck broke, and he had already cashed it in. Ain't no way Brock was going to get a pin that fast. There's still 20 minutes left in the show. Well, he did. Are you happy, Michael?
Oh, here's where the action comes. There's no ref.
Yeah. Michael Cole jinxed the ref. Lesnar's got grip on the ref. That's because it was a lazy cover. Isn't that what they always say? The lazy cover didn't have the shoulders pinned properly. Who the hell is Reigns talking to?
The crowd.
Now he's talking to Lesnar. Okay, that was an interesting way to do a spear. Keep hitting him, stupid.
Kick him.
And you guys say only the women do this. Oh, he got him into Kimura. Tap or snap. Now he's got his legs grapevine around him too. Yeah, oh, Heyman pushed the rope. Well, let Brock hit you with a F5 or a German suplex. It'll push your shoulder back in. You got him.
Or you could like use your shoulder to bust him with and knock it back in place.
Well, it was the other shoulder, I think. Yeah. Yeah. It's his left shoulder that's supposed to be hurt. He speared him with the right. Now, are they going to come out with a new belt? Or is he just going to carry both belts? So is that it? No, yeah, okay. Yeah, somehow, right there, Paul Heyman, that's how.
Sweet. A lot of spears tonight.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them pick you up, throw you over his head shit that Brock did, 4-5-0. That's the way their match was last time, too.
Well, that's what these two guys do. They're not fancy. They go out there and do what they do, and that's it.
I'm still trying to make sense of this match. Like,
You're just trying to figure out how you lost a pair of grips to Jason.
no. Let's say
Oh, that's all right, man.
no. I was gonna tell you. Send me the link, whichever ones you find, and send me your address when you find them. But
That's good,
I'm-
man. But it was fun having a wager with you. I won't hold you to it. It's all right.
Let's say no. Let's say
We'll make a wager sometime on like a real sport where the outcome ain't predetermined.
Well, the outcome might be predetermined, but you didn't know what it was until you saw it.
Exactly, and not only that, I'm still trying.
But yeah,
What offense did Brock get in? The Kimura. There wasn't much else that he got.
Well, he did a couple. He did some German suplexes and stuff.
That-
I'm shocked
that's
it's
not a whole
over
lot.
already.
Let's say what 5 spears he ate, a couple Superman punches. He took a belt to the head, a low blow, interference by Heyman. Like what the frick? And then I mean, it was a short match.
Yeah. Is
I
it
just-
over then? It was just a commercial. Because they still got 10 minutes to go. Are they done? Or not?
There's no match. Well, this was the big match, but there's got to be something, man. Some guys will come out and hype something or do something.
What story were they trying to tell there?
Well, there really wasn't a story. It was just unifying the two belts.
Apparently, that's fucking stupid.
I don't think it's over yet. There's going to be something else.
Like
With the way that Roman won and stuff, I guarantee you they're going to come up with that story's not over yet.
watch Cody's. You think Cody's gonna come out?
I think he would have already. But
I wasn't sure if it was in commercial breaks right now.
yeah, I'm not sure if it's commercial or if they're just break or if they're just filling in the last 10 minutes with commercials. I have no idea.
Have
That's what I'm waiting to see.
they ever mentioned Scott Hall yet?
No.
Turn it down.
We just had a commercial for WrestleMania.
Nice.
Literally just had a commercial for WrestleMania.
In the same
Even the cops like, what do we do now?
Yeah.
same Lone Star commercial they've had, Yellowstone commercial they've had for 2 nights in a row.
Yeah, the WrestleMania commercial said streaming 4-2 and 4-3.
I feel robbed by that finish.
Yeah, I thought that match was going to go a little longer than it did.
Yeah,
Why they got a commercial for Sasha Banks?
I have no idea. Maybe they got a video on her or something. Yeah, I'm guessing it's over. Because they just put up a thing coming up next.
So they programmed in 8 minutes of commercial, 10 minutes of commercial.
Apparently. Which makes the New Day thing being cut short, if it was cut short, make even less sense.
yeah.
What are they doing? A career? I don't have the sound on. Maybe they're doing a career retrospective over or something. I don't know. Coverage has concluded. Yeah, they're done. That was a weird way to end that.
That was a shitty way to end that. I mean, hell, you and I booked that match better in the friggin'
Right.
pre-show than they just did.
Uh-huh.
And they had friggin' months to get it right.
Yeah, that was just odd the way that ended. You guys can go ahead and close that other window.
I think I'll rate that match a 7.5. Right from the beginning, like I said, the guys were doing the same moves they had in their last fight. You know, it's almost a repeat of that. I was thinking in the early part, so I'll just give that a 7.5. But the whole show altogether as a whole, I'll give it an 8.
What about you, Barbecue?
I'm gonna give that match a 5. Like I said, I felt it was more of a squash match. I mean, yeah, Lesnar got in a couple things, like you said, German suplex here or there. He got in the Kimura. I don't remember ever hitting the F5.
Yeah, he did once.
Did he once? I couldn't remember 100%.
Yeah,
But I reckon he got one.
Towards the beginning of the match,
Yeah,
he got one.
That's right. Yep. But then, like I said, he ate 4 or 5 spears, a low blow, got hit in the head with the title. There's the ref bump, Heyman helping with the ropes. My gosh, with everything that was happening, like Brock never really got a comeback in that.
I think the Kimura was the comeback point, but then Heyman cheated again and pushed because the ref couldn't see him. It was typical heel psychology if you think about it. I mean, going all the way back to Ric Flair, and then with JJ would do that, he would push the rope like that.
Yeah, but so like the Kimura, and you think that's going to be the comeback, and then I can understand if that spear happened and Lesnar kicks out, but at some point he should have really got that feed. Had at least flurry of offense where you thought, oh, here it comes, he's going to upset him. Then even if they wanted to have Roman go over, then
yeah, but you got to look at something. Where did the Kimura come from? The Kimura came out of nowhere from Roman spearing him. Yeah. Brock has done that to other guys and beat them.
So, I don't know. Wasn't a fan. That ending killed it. If it wasn't so abrupt, and it would have gone on another 5, hopefully 10 minutes, I think I'd have been a lot more satisfied with that ending. Killed it. Now I know how all those women feel.
Well, what do you score it, Rich?
I think I'd give it a 6. I'm going to be a little bit more generous because I have seen Brock beat guys that way before. Ricochet is a perfect example. At the one, I think it was one of the Saudi shows where Ricochet was taking on Brock. Ricochet had Brock beat. he came off the top rope with his finisher, which is where he does that multiple spin. What was it, like 630? I think he calls it, where he spins.
I thought it was 450.
No, he does. He goes a full rotation more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen Ricochet, but dude is extremely athletic. He
Yeah.
does a full rotation more and then lands on the guy with his back. It's kind of like a spinning swanton almost. And Brock caught him in the Kimura that way and beat him. So that I've seen where, like I said, I've seen where Brock has caught guys doing their finisher with the Kimura out of nowhere, kind of like Randy Orton hitting Randy Orton will hit the RKO out of nowhere on somebody. That's like Brock's ace in the hole. He can always get the Kimura on you somehow. And if it wasn't for Heyman pushing that rope, Roman was going to tap. So that's why I'm going to give it a little bit higher than what you did, but not quite as high as what Jason did.
I feel like Jason should be giving it a 10 because he just won a set of easy grips.
The Stone Cold's performance last night made last night a 10.
Dude, yeah.
You can't top. Tonight didn't even come close to that. That's why I said 8.
Yeah. I'm going to give you a little secret, Jason. After I watched the ROH show, the Stone Cold match last night wasn't the match of the weekend either. If you find a way to watch it, and I may have a way for you to do so, go watch FTR versus the Briscoes for the ROH Tag Team Championship. You want to talk about a tag team clinic? Those two teams put one on Friday night. Excuse me, not last night. I keep on to say last night because I watched it this morning because I didn't get a chance to watch it yesterday. But my God, did they put on one hell of a tag team match?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And there was no flippy doos or anything. It was just a straight out fight. It was reminiscent. I said this in the pre-show. I think I said this to you, Barbecue. It was kind of like reminiscent of the Midnight Express or Blanchard and Anderson versus the Road Warriors, but with the Briscoes not being quite as strong and big as what the Road Warriors were.
Yeah.
I mean, it had that kind of feel to the match. It really did. So, and for overall, I don't think tonight was as good as last night.
Honestly, I think.
Go
ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, honestly, I think the best match tonight, I hate to say it, was Lashley and Omos. And, well, you know how I felt about that match. I mean, they would have done that suplex and found another way to still have that ending. I'd have loved that match. Like I said, with the way they had Omos work that match, he was working it like a big man the way he should. Getting in his offense, just kind of taking his time. Loved it. I'd have easily given that match a 9 if it wasn't for that damn suplex. But yeah, I think that was the best match tonight.
I don't know, man. I kind of like the Austin Theory and Pat McAfee match. So.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that one. Now that you bring that up.
And then you throw in the 2 angles afterwards. I mean, that was pretty good. And that was almost like a continuation of the storyline last night from Austin and KO.
All right, boys, I'm gonna hop off here tonight. Good to see you. Good to hang out, man.
All right.
Thanks for the show, Rich.
I'll send you a link for that. What we were just talking about, Jason. So.
All right.
You can
if you find a pair of grips, email them to me.
All right, man. All right, you guys take care.
Yep. Have a good one, Jason. Yeah, he's one of those suckers that's got to get up for work in the morning. So
Sucker. As you can hear, I've got a 3-year-old that doesn't want to go to sleep.
been there before.
Yep.
Yeah, our kid when they were little, our kids wouldn't sleep, so it would be like a 3 a.m. Walmart trip,
Nice.
and then McDonald's for breakfast. You know.
There you go.
Anyway, I think we're gonna end this, so I'm gonna get ready to play our outro. Anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Just thanks for doing this. It was a great time. I wish I could jump into more of these. But yeah, had a lot of fun. Analyzing, breaking everything down, and discussing everything. So appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I know it's hard when they do the pay-per-views, especially on Saturday for you, because you got your cooking shows
Yep.
that you do on Saturdays.
Yep.
So, yeah, I wish New Japan would not. Well, we could always watch a replay of a New Japan show. I might do that one weekend. Maybe do a Dominion or something when they have Dominion. We could do that on a Saturday or Sunday night.
Hey, that wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, because I mean, you get it late if you're watching in the U.S. if you don't have their network anyway. So, because on Access you would only get it probably split up into parts anyway. So, anybody who has access to New Japan World, they can go over and watch it while we're watching. So maybe we can do that one day. Just something different, Introduce these guys to New Japan, because I don't think any of them have ever watched it before. I know you and I stayed up one night and watched the damn New Japan pay-per-view until like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
it started at 1. Yeah. Anyway, anybody left out there, have a good night, and we will catch y'all next weekend.
You guys are probably really scared right now, and I understand that completely. But I get the better of the deal, and even though it's 3 versus 2, you guys are outnumbered because we're better than you guys. Yeah, we are. We're legends in our own mind compared to you guys. Even though you guys got the egos, we have got the wrestling skill. And this guy right here, we're the Space Cowboys.